Alright, welcome everyone. My name is Potentate, but I go by Poe. Thank you for joining me on this stream. And I hope everyone's having a great day. So as you can see, we're back in Honkai Star Rail, and I don't really know what our goal is for today, like big goal-wise. I guess maybe trying to get these last, get part 2 of the mine puzzle quest done, and maybe get these guys, these companion quests, and maybe even get back to the main quest, because as you all can see, I am already locked in level 30, and I am building up quite a lot of XP for whenever I can get past this one. But yeah, maybe the goal will at least be getting back to the main quest today. Let's see, get our assignments real quick. I still don't know which one's the best thing to do here, so I know it's not these, because you can get these from the calyxes, but I don't know if you should be going for these or not. Let's check. And then as everyone knows, I do the calyxes in the simulated universe every single day, including the days that I'm not streaming, and so sometimes I get some achievements while you all aren't here. Ice break 300 times, and defeat 240 enemies with follow-up attacks. That's cool. That's probably from Ji Yuan's ability. Looks like we got a message. Oh, we have 2 messages. Okay. Kalis, did you knock on the archive's door last night? Did I wake you up? Sorry. The noise came from the archives. I was marking entries in the databank when the electricity tripped and I accidentally kicked over a shelf. By the time I came out, you'd already gone back to your room. As long as you're doing okay. I'll be fine. If you have time... Oh. If you have time, check out the databank. You said you wanted to understand Stellaron and Eons better, so I've marked them up for you. Okay. Asta, I am participating in the Cosmo Premium Special Auction. Tap the button to help me take 50% off the handling fee and win our surprise discount event link. I've had an interesting item in the cart on Cosmo Premium. Help me pay for it. Message rejected. A scam. You have been blocked and can no longer send messages to them. Wait! Sorry, I accidentally clicked the wrong button. It's fine now, the page is already invalid. Don't worry, I didn't open it. Never opened such a link. That's good. So what happened? I was shopping just now, but I didn't notice that my cart was full, and then I hurried to make the purchases. I accidentally sent you the link when I tapped too fast. I wish I could have that problem, yeah. This is so relatable, this emoji. Okay, and then I'll show you some updates from the simulated universe. As you can see, fully maxed out. I've done it enough that we've gotten through this part of the ability tree, and we're saving up for this big one. The index is I am literally only missing 1 from the Blessings of Remembrance, and I have a theory. So originally my Blessings of Remembrance was kind of like this, where I was missing 4 gold, and so I thought like, oh, I just haven't encountered them in game. But when I was running Remembrance Path, now because of the upgrades on the tree, the ability tree, once I got this, it's either this one or this one. Once I got one of these, it now allows me that if I get 6 of that path, I would get a second ability from the Eon. And I noticed that whenever I would click on an ability, like it gives you 3 options, and when you click on one you haven't had before, it's actually one of these gold. So I think I've looked at the tree, and potentially there might be a 3rd level. I think it's with like 9 or 10. Like if you have 10 of the abilities, it'll give you another one. So maybe it might be this last blue one I'm missing. Potentially. I might not just have not gotten this second rarity yet, but I'm getting close. I almost have all of the remembrance. We love Fully. Fully is so cool. As I said, I would love to cosplay them. But we'll do the simulated universe later, just in case I can unlock World 3. Let's see. Looks like we have our day oh, Celine again. Wonder if she wants us to stalk that other actress again today.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Spin around, spin around. Thanks to you, everything's going great. I can already see my dazzling figure on stage. One day, I'm gonna be just like her. Speaking of which, can you please help me out with just one more little thing? Go on. All this intel you brought me is fantastic, but it's still secondhand info, and by the time it reaches me, it's already third-hand. Could you please go and see for yourself how Tamila looks when she's off stage? I heard that she's going to buy some more flowers today. Please, can you go to the florist and observe how she buys her bouquets? Thank you so much. We're stalking again. Yay. Do-do-do-do-do. Make sure I'm not going the wrong way. But I am so tempted to jump when I'm running. It's so ingrained in me from Genshin.
I can't decide.
Hi Tamila, are you after more rainbows today? Please wrap up 30 bouquets. 30? Do you need us to deliver it to your residence? Give one bouquet to me now and send the rest to my place. Thank you. Are you that eager to take one bunch with you on the way home? That's so romantic. Just like buying ordinary flowers like this is so romantic too. I can't help but think of Arte. Stop right there. If you try telling me about that blasted book one more time, I'm never coming here to buy your flowers ever again. Oh, okay. So long as you as long as I see you again soon. Man, I'm having a problem talking today. Ooh. I like that the loading screen is like pom-pom inside the train. I also like that we can go to these areas, but we don't even have to play like get around the guard. Even though we're wanted and we had like wanted posters out and about, it's just like, yeah, you can just run around as much as you want. Kind of feel like it should be more like Assassin's Creed, where it's like you have to dodge people constantly. Oh, I see. I have a deeper understanding of Tamila now. Thank you. Here's my token of appreciation. Your Highness, you must shield yourself from all mirrors of the world, even the Serene Lakes. You must ask for her true name and banish this duplicitous succubus. I'm guessing that's from your play? Oh yeah, speaking of like leveling up and stuff, everyone, I remember last time I was down to like a few of them, so everyone now is up to level 40. And so I'm currently working on light cones. Let's see who I was left at. If I don't have a good light cone for them, I just leave it empty for now. Yeah, okay, so my last two was Hook and Arland, because I'd gotten a new 4-star, which was Hook's 4-star, and then I had gotten this 5-star one for Arland. So they were the last ones I was working on, because after I get everyone's their light cones up, I'm going to start working on traces. And that one's going to take a while, because I have to go to the Calyxes to get some of this trace material. The red ones. And you can see this is my credits. We're slowly working them out, or slowly running out. All right, let's see. Let's go work on the mine quest. Oh, and so you didn't see the little girl quest. Apparently to get part 2, because I did look it up, because I had just gotten the mine quest the next day. The little girl quest, we have to go to a different area. Like, to unlock each part of it, you end up having to go to a new area, and it's an area I don't have yet. I guess you were— oh, can I do the old man voice? Get off my lawn! I guess you really are interested in minecarts. Well, I've laid out the site for you already. I've made sure it's challenging this time. Why don't you give it a try? Watch this. Youngsters should be motivated. You can learn a thing or two, kid. Seems easy enough. Just watch me. Ouch, master, stop pinching me. It hurts. Watch carefully, boy. I gotta reset my voice every once in a while to get it to do that voice again. Get off my lawn. The blocker with the yellow light. Nope, I've already lost it. Dang, nab these kiddos. I can't do that voice for long periods of time. I immediately lose it. Alright, the blocker with the yellow light is on the stop for the loaded minecarts. The empty minecart should be driven to the stop with the blue lights. Yep, I remember. Because we have to load it if it needs to be loaded. If not, alright, blue one, which is the empty one, gold one, which is this one. Alright, can we just instantly put the blue one where it needs to go? Switch this one. Let's see. Oop. Great. Alright, and then we'll flip this because the gold one is gonna have to go there and then back. Yeah, it's gonna have to go there, and then we'll flip this and go back because it needs to go there so that it can then go there. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Then we'll flip this one. Now it needs to go to the empty area. And then we'll flip this one. And we'll push it again. Smack that. Like I said, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Haha, great. Come and get your reward. Today's challenge, however, has only just begun. Here's the puzzle. I get that was like your warm-up one to remind you how the puzzle works. Ooh. Okay. Great. So the venue's all sorted. All you up for the next challenge? Let's go. Now that's the spirit. Let's begin. Watch carefully, boy. The blocker with the I can't do that voice for very long. Yellow light is in the top for the loaded minecarts. The empty minecart should go to blue. Yep. So same thing as last time. Okay, that one's not. Okay, so they essentially need to be swapped. Let's switch that. And push. Switch it back, and we can just throw the yellow forward. And I think they can double up, so it's fine. If they can they double up? Because otherwise this would be a really simple puzzle. Well, they might not be able to double up. Okay, that's what I needed to know. Yeah, so I need to switch this track. And then I'm gonna put the gold one right here so that I can put the blue one back where it was so that I can then put it there. Okay, I see how they were trying to trick me. push. We're gonna swap the track. And then push. Trying to think. Switch the track so it goes here, switch it back so it goes there, then switch it back so it goes there. Okay, yep. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I'm gonna keep saying that apparently. La-da-da, la-da-dee. We'll move this one back. And put this one here. And switch this back. And then put this over here. And hit this. Bam. Huzzah! There you go. It's not time for philosophy. Not bad. I wish this stupid brat would learn a thing or two from you. Here's another part of your reward. And now another puzzle. Great. The venue's all sorted. Are you up for the next challenge? My voice is getting worse and worse. Now that's the spirit. Let's go. Okay, you unload it. Okay, so they're both yellow, and so I need to get them both over here to that one. And you can't double up, so that one first needs to be moved. So one of them first needs to be moved here. Push. Push. Alright, and then that one's already set up to go. Yeah, so we just go over here and push this one. And then switch the track back. Push that. And we'll go over and load the minecart. And then we will push the minecart back. No, because I need to reset it so that one, because it doesn't double up. Okay, so this one needs to go back. Yep. Push that back over there. We can change this to so that I can put this one back over. It needs to go essentially where the unloaded one was before. Oh, sorry. Push. Push. Yeah. And push. And then switch. Push. That's good now. I'll switch this one. And then push. Oh, I didn't mean to unload it. Ah, shoot. Load it back up. And hit push. There we go. Oh, nicely done, lad. If you can handle this, you can take care of some simple coordinating duties in the mine. Not bad. Just setting an example for the brat. Remember to come back tomorrow. I have to think of some more tests first. Oh, it's a better chest. So probably we'll have like one more, like level 3, which I'll get tomorrow. I may or may not stream this weekend. It will depend on my friend. We usually go out to walk over the weekend at least once a week or once every 2 weeks. So it just depends on if she wants to walk on Saturday or Sunday. So I'll probably get like a 3rd quest, and since that was like a medium chest, then probably once we get the 3rd quest done, it will be like a great chest. Okay. So, we have the Natasha and the Hook companion missions, and then we can get back to the main quest.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Alright, so something's up with Hook, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Hook's in trouble. Yep. I'm out of Snow White popping candy. Hello, hi. Wait, who are you? Mom told me not to talk to strangers. We played hide and seek together? Hide and seek? That doesn't ring a bell. Hey, did you mistake me for someone else? Pitch Dark Hook the Great sent me. Huh? Boss Hook. What does she want from Julian of 1,000 Faces? Oops, I revealed myself. Huh, fine. I'll stop messing with you. You're right, I'm Julian. What do you want from me?
You! Hey, you! Stop! You are now a conscript of the moles.
Oh, I don't have to voice act this. Okay. The young little master of disguise.
I, Julian of 1,000 Faces. Wait, it's not the time for this. We got trouble. The boss went to the Great Mine along with her Diggertron, and she refused to let anyone go with her. I feel like she's doing something dangerous. You have to go check on her for us.
Diggertron? Why did she go?
Fursman
That's more
is in
important.
the mines. It seems like the boss heard some bad news about him and then just ran in there.
I do not know who Fursman is.
She even took her Diggertron. Is she preparing for a fight with the Vagrants? There's lots of bad guys in the mines. Miss Natasha said kids ain't allowed to go in. Go check on her for us now. He's Hook's daddy, and he's like a daddy to everyone in the moles. He's like a great person.
We must rescue him immediately. Group Dad. Must protect Group Dad. Head right away.
Thank you. Please hurry.
I can teleport. I will be there in a jiffy. I mean, I did wait like a bajillion years to take this mission.
Clocking off. Finally.
That was probably what's his face. But I can teleport. Once I decide to actually get to it, I can get places real fast. Don't worry. Hook. And some vagrants.
Calm down, calm down. We're all here to work for a living. Why not sit down and talk it out?
Save it. We treated you as our leader, but look how you treated us.
Such a rat.
You sold the intel about the vein to Antonia, but we discovered it first. Now we lost the mine, and we have to work for those guys.
Traitor!
Well, nothing to say for yourself, huh? So you admit that you sold the intel to the mining team?
Go away, you brutes! Don't bully my daddy!
Oh, little Hook? Oh, no, you have it wrong. It's your daddy who bullied us first. Ask him if you don't believe me.
Daddy?
Yes, I told Antonia about the vein, but I was the first one to discover it. I have the right to do anything with it.
It's only because you have that detector. Let's see who's boss when we take it from you.
Back off. I was thinking about the bigger picture when I did that. Unlike you all who just look for trouble every day.
Probably looking at a way to like combine the two groups so that the vagrants aren't seen as the enemy by the mining team.
Well, I think someone needs to teach you a lesson. Guys, get him!
You'll never lay a finger on Daddy without passing through Hook.
The moles are here.
Come and help Hook.
Another punching bag? Fine by me. I'll kick all your butts.
I love randomly when this game reminds me that it's like everybody can play a game, because it's like, I'll kick all your butts instead of just like, I'll kick all your asses or something like that. Am I allowed to autoplay? Oh, I am. Nice.
Conflict is pitiless.
Oh yeah, when it comes to Jimmy,
Show no
I'm
mercy.
still trying to save up enough that we can get his light cone. We have 10-ish days now till it resets.
Are you hurt?
Ah, eh, just a few scratches. How about you, Hook?
I love
Worry
his
about
voice.
me. I have Diggertron. No one can hurt me.
Good. That's good. And you, young man, are you hurt? Thank you for your help.
I'm too young to die. I am only 9 days old.
Don't be afraid, young man. Your injury isn't fatal.
Oh, it was more of like
I
oh, I'm
remember.
gonna die.
You are the outsiders Natasha mentioned before, right? I heard that you helped resolve some conflicts around the mines when you arrived. And again today, when you saved my life.
My man, do we need to take you to Natasha? It's no big deal. Saving lives is my passion. I just wanted to fight. And we'll take the humble approach.
The conflicts between the vagrants and the mining team have lasted for quite a long time. Even if you have just temporarily mitigated our rather tense relationship, it is greatly appreciated.
Daddy, let's go to the old witch's clinic. You're seriously hurt.
They're calling Natasha a witch? Natasha is delightful.
But the vein detector that rapscallion was after, somebody already stole it from me. I need to keep searching, otherwise I might never see it again.
I love the use of rapscallion. I will look for it. Easy way to make a parent do what you want. You wouldn't put your child at risk, would you? They're so concerned.
It's just a tool. I guess I should let it go. Let's head to the clinic.
Why can't I look for it? That's what I thought was gonna happen, is like, oh, you go to the clinic and I'll keep looking for the tool, and then I would just go beat up some guys until I found who stole it. Speaking of stealing, I wonder if
It's getting late. Where to now?
the sneaky cat got his paws on it. Our favorite man that keeps coming up over and over again.
I've taken care of your wounds. I'm running short on medical supplies these days, though, so behave yourselves and stay away from trouble. You hear me? Don't pretend you didn't hear that, Hook. I'm talking to you.
Hook wasn't the one that caused trouble. It was those bad guys. We were just defending ourselves. Ask him.
Boss is right.
See?
You are gonna spoil that kid.
I'm not gonna be here long enough to spoil them.
That's enough for now. I'll say this one last time, Hook. If you cause any trouble again, I'll take Diggertron away. Do you understand?
I'm like the fun uncle who shows up every once in a blue moon. Like, I'm maybe here for a month, 2 months max to resolve the Stellaron, and then I'm probably will never be seen again.
Hook understands.
The boss of the moles should stick to her word. I have patients to take care of. See you later.
Thank you again. If it weren't for you and Dr. Natasha, Hook and I probably would have been in big trouble.
What's going on?
Well, a few days ago, I found a geomarrow vein using a vein detector, and I sold this info to Antonia. a supervisor of the mining team. Then those vagrants heard about it and accused me of being a traitor. They believe that since I'm also a vagrant who came from another mine and ended up in here for a living, I should naturally be on their side.
That's a stretch.
The mining team could not agree with that, of course. I'm just too old for this.
I feel that.
Daddy? Are we short on money? Why did you do that?
My poor child. Daddy is old now. Who knows how long I can stay by your side? I have to start preparing for your future. People say I'm selfish, think I'm a traitor, but it doesn't matter to me. All you need to know is when I'm gone, you will have the money to take care of yourself and survive on your own.
Daddy.
Forget about it. Since I've got the money from the mining team, I have nothing to complain about now.
He kind of has, he has the red armband, which we've seen so far as like, or the red ribbon, whatever it is, which is kind of like the symbol of Wildfire Group, because Silas has it, Natasha has it, I think Oleg had it, so I wonder if he's part of Wildfire.
It's just a shame that I lost my vein detector. It was indeed a treasure.
And then this is where we offer to get it back. It is what it sounds like, Kalis. I know you're only 9 days old, but come on. Someone stole it? Is it the cat? Is it the weasel? Is it the man with the purple hair that has a plan? Potentially, maybe. Maybe not so much of a plan.
I guess so. It's an ancient relic that can detect geomarrow veins. It's very rare. I haven't seen a second one in my life. I often carried it around looking for a new claim. I suppose some villains must have taken notice.
Or Sampo, the weasel, the cat, the man.
Anyway, I guess I don't need the detector anymore. The less trouble, the better. I shouldn't care who stole my device. Whoever it was, I hope they get good use out of it.
This man is very much it is what it is.
Hook seems to be giving me a look like, I want to talk to you outside the clinic now. So that's why people call eyes the windows to the soul.
I love Kalis. Oh my gosh. I just want to keep this small child and just... He is my favorite. I just want to have him. He delights me, so...
Wait! Hook needs you to help with something.
Are we getting the vein detector? Is it betcha dead?
Yes! We can't just stand by and do nothing. That detector is Daddy's treasure, so I gotta get it back. You'll help me, won't you?
I mean, I feel like this is blackmail in the fact that, like, it's a child's safety and you're just like, I'm gonna put myself in danger. You can either help me to make sure to mitigate my danger, or you cannot, and then if I get injured, it's on your conscience. It's the same thing that Robin did to Batman. This is why I've always not, like, I've had a problem with Dick Grayson and Barbara, the original two, was because of the fact that they're essentially like, we're gonna be putting ourselves in this dangerous situation. You don't want us as partners, but if you want to make sure that we don't die on the streets, you kind of have to help us and, like, actively help us commit this stuff. And then later they're like, how could you as an adult have allowed us to do these terrible things? You're such a horrible parent and person of authority. And it's like, yeah, but do you not remember the fact that you as a child specifically blackmailed him with your safety? It's, ugh. I love this. Like, I can just say everything is my passion. I don't want to help you. As long as you don't put yourself in too terrible danger, sure.
Alright then. I'll be waiting for you at the shelter in the mine, big brother.
Ooh.
I mean...
Do you see me as a big brother figure? Got it.
see ya!
That meme, it's like, do you see me as a father figure? I think that's from... Is it Hawaii 5-0 or is it like 911? It's one of those like cop shows. I have not seen it. I've seen the memes from it though.
Too slow, honorary member of the moles. You should have gotten here before Hook.
I want to know how you got here before me. I can teleport.
Let me introduce you to Sweta. She is Daddy's most trusted miner.
Not at all. Mr. Fursman trusts every vagrant, and every one of us trusts Mr. Fursman. But after what happened over at that Geomarrow vein, the atmosphere at the shelter became a bit tense.
I'm here to find Daddy's treasure, his vein detector. I heard that someone stole it. Is that true?
Well, I would guess that's probably true. After the conflict in the mine, Wildfire gathered everyone out of the shelter and took a head count to check on the wounded. 4 people were not there. When we returned to the shelter, Mr. Fursman's detector was gone. We searched all around the shelter but found nothing. I guess one of those 4 people was the thief.
Or Sampo, the weasel. I literally can't decide if I want to make him a weasel or a cat. He's so slimy and wiggly. But at the same time, he makes cat faces, like straight up cat faces. So I'm like, on one hand, weasel, but on the other hand, a cat.
Indeed. Now we can narrow down the scope of our search considerably. We vagrants have our dignity too. I'm sure we will catch the thief, but... Actually, we've already asked those 4 suspects about it. They all claim to not have stolen anything.
Well, yeah, no one's just gonna be like, oh yeah, I stole it. Yeah, it's in the back of my tent right now.
Of course, we could never expect thieves to confess
Yeah.
and turn themselves in, right? In my opinion, one of those 4 was lying.
Or a weasel got his paws on it. Working together?
Doesn't seem likely. All 4 suspects are at the shelter. If you're feeling confident, why not give it a try? Maybe you can determine who the thief is.
I think it's Sampo.
Adults are so dishonest. Hook's gonna question them one by one.
I don't think it's gonna be any of them. I think it's gonna be Sampo.
Did you steal Daddy's detector?
Nope. I'm no thief.
Really? Then you better answer our questions honestly.
Ask away. Let's not waste time. Spacing out. Didn't notice anything. Good man, but a bit of a cheapskate. Nope. What detector?
Hey, would you mind talking more nicely?
What? I always talk like this.
I don't feel like she's the thief. I know.
Hook? What's the matter?
Did you steal Daddy's detector?
What? Oh, if I'd known I would become a suspect, I wouldn't have gone out at that time. How foolish of me. Of course not. I didn't do anything wrong.
We just need you to answer a few questions.
Okay. Ask away. It would be good to clear myself of suspicion. Nothing special. I just went out to get some fresh air. Oh dear. I know that's a lame alibi, but I swear it's the truth. Mr. Firstman, he's a good person. Though... Oh, never mind. Oh, no. I must sound very suspicious, but I really didn't do anything. You have to believe me.
He's either very anxious or very guilty. I have this exact same thought when I'm in the airport. I'll be like getting through airport security and I'll be like, what happens if suddenly I magically have like 50 pounds of of explosives on me? What do I do? I'm gonna get arrested. And it's like, obviously that's not gonna happen, but you know. And then it's always just like, but what if I brushed up against someone who's been doing something suspicious, and then a dog thinks I'm suspicious, and then I'm gonna get pulled over and they're gonna question me and I'm gonna have a breakdown, something like that.
Detector? No, I haven't seen anything, and I don't know anything. Is that all the questions you have? Have I proven my innocence?
No, you've proven nothing.
Oh dear. All this waiting around is enough to make me even more anxious.
He is more suspicious than Taylor is, even though she gave like very vague answers of like, just spacing out.
Did you steal Daddy's detector?
What? How could you say that? You're gonna make me angry. You know what a businessman values the most? Reputation. If your slander ruins my reputation and harms my business, you'll pay for that.
Why does this voice sound familiar? Why does this sound like Adam from Skate? They wouldn't get such a voice actor just to do a side character, but it really sounds like Adam from Skate to me.
Well, then answer our questions. We'll decide if we believe you or not.
I have the right to remain silent.
I have the right to kick you in the balls.
I withhold my opinion toward this question. No comment.
Or in the knees. Balls are only temporary, knees are permanent.
Ugh, you would... I'll give you one more chance. Think carefully and give your answer to Diggertron this time.
Gotta back her
I've
up.
seen all sorts of things in my life. Why would I be afraid of you two little rascals? Here, how about we make a deal? I'll tell you what I know in exchange for a small intel service fee. Fair and honest.
Sure.
Great. I like your style. Customers who don't fuss over the price are the best. So what do you want to know? Ask away. I went into town to restock. Nothing out of the ordinary, right? I restock on a regular basis, everyone knows that. I was wondering why there was nobody at the shelter. Versman is an old customer of mine. He's pretty nice to me, though we are not so close. As to what he did about that geomarrow vein, it was kind of unethical. We're all neighbors. We've known each other for a long time. But he sold out to the other side and left his own people out to dry. I really can't agree with that. Look, the cook is definitely the thief, I'm sure about that. I value my reputation more than anything, so you can trust me.
We haven't talked to the cook yet.
In my line of work, I've learned to read people. And something's definitely fishy with that cook. I could tell from the start. If you don't believe me, just ask anyone.
Does the cook peek?
Well, well, well. What's this? Playing detective, are we?
Spill it! Did you steal my daddy's detector?
You little brat. How dare you label me a thief? Someone needs to give you a good lesson on manners. I'm an honest and decent man. I'd never do such a shady thing.
We had apathetic, really anxious, and willing to do for money. But they did point fingers, as the person who points fingers is usually more suspicious.
Anyone can say that. If you really didn't steal anything, then just answer our questions.
Oh, you have a temper, huh? All right, I'll spare a couple minutes for your little detective game. I'm a cook. What else would I be doing? Don't you notice the smoky cooking smell all over me? It's just that I happened to be out shopping for ingredients at that time. Otherwise, who'd want anything to do with this kind of thing?
Alright, so we have two people that we can't prove any kind of alibi. We have two people that we could prove an alibi, because one said they were out shopping and the other one said that they were also out shopping. So those two we should be able to prove.
That old Fursman was kind to me. When we were at Rivet Town, he put me in charge of the whole mining team's food supply. And it's because I trusted him that I came to this mine with him. I mean, I didn't expect he would take that money for himself. Anyway, he found that geomarrow vein by himself, so I won't blame him for not sharing. But you know, what he did was not like the old Fursman I knew. Well, I don't want to be a snitch, but out of my respect for Fursman, I'll tell you a secret. The helper over there, I saw him sneak into Fursman's tent and come out holding a box. See? Isn't he the most suspicious one?
Who's the most suspicious is not up to you. You might be framing him. I believe you, but it's not up to me to judge.
I don't care if you believe me or not. I've told you all I know. Now leave me alone if you don't have any more questions. I'm busy.
Okay, so the merchant and the cook are both pointing fingers, which immediately makes me more suspicious of them. The helper and the tailor were both just like, we don't have alibis, and they were anxious or apathetic to it, which makes them less suspicious. Because usually if you want to get out of something, you would need an alibi, so...
Hook's head is spinning. Do you remember everything they said?
Don't worry, I've written it all down for you. Remember, among these 4 people, only the real thief would lie. The cook said the helper did it. The tailor said it wasn't her. The merchant said it was the cook, and the helper said it wasn't him. So, do you know who the culprit is?
Well, if we were setting this up as like a diagram, 2 of them said they weren't. Pointing. So, this guy's saying the helpers did it. Helper's saying they didn't do it. So one of the cook or the helper could be lying. The merchant said the cook could have done it, but the cook was saying someone else did it. So it's still like is a higher chance of it being the cook because of that. Because the helper's a helper. The helper could have been getting a box for something else. Because if the merchant's lying, right? Saying that it's the cook. And the cook's saying it's the well, if the merchant is lying, then it's the helper. If the cook is lying, then it's the merchant. So it's either the No, wait a minute. I almost need to write this down for my brain to work. The 2 suspects that they're stating it was them is either the helper or the cook. If the merchant is lying, who's stating it's the cook, then it's the helper. If the cook is lying, then it's the cook. So it's still the cook or the helper either way. Oh, but if the merchant is lying, then it's the helper, but if only one person is lying and the helper said that it's not them, then that's 2 lies. So that can't be the helper, so it's the cook.
I don't know why, but I'll trust your judgment. Come on, let's go accuse the culprit.
Yeah. I might be wrong, but if it's like, if the setup of it is that only one person can be lying in this situation, and we have 2 suspects, it's either the cook or the helper, because those are the 2 people that have been accused. If the merchant is lying, then it's the helper. But the helper stated that they're not lying, that they're not it, and so the merchant would have to lie and the helper would have to lie. But if only one of them can lie, it means that that cancels out. But then if the cook is lying, then the helper is correct and the merchant is correct, saying it's the cook. So that's my best guess. Because it can't be the tailor. Yeah, you all get kind of what I'm saying.
Where's the cook? Where did he go?
Beats me. I saw him running out in quite a panic.
That guy has to be guilty. Where is he running off to?
Trying to sell the spoils before he can get caught red-handed, probably.
Oh, yeah! I saw Mr. Sampo on the way to the mine when I came here. Could he be involved in this?
I would not be surprised. Surely Sampo is innocent. He's just trouble on legs. I like that answer.
Follow Hook? Mr. Sampo should be that way.
He's probably
Mr.
the
Sampo's
one.
always at the clinic hanging around Miss Natasha. Hook thought he was really sick or something. If he's working with the thief, then he's also a bad guy.
Oh, he's probably who the thief is trying to sell to. He might not know where the gains are coming from, though. Sampo! I knew he would show
My
up.
friend, are you serious? This device is quite rare. Are you really willing to sell it to me at such a low price?
No, why are you making this so complicated? Do you want it or not? Just tell.
You two stop right there. Pitch Dark Hook the Great has arrived.
Hey, I was right. It's the cook. Unless this is one of those where, like, the person changes depending on who you chose. He is a thief.
Oh boy, I knew it was too good to be true. I gotta make this clear. I have nothing to do with this fella. You have to trust me. Miss Hook, please, don't point that thing at me. It's scary.
I love this stupid weasel cat. I am delighted by him, but at the same time, I cannot stand him.
Hey, how can you sell me out like that? We had a deal.
You stole Daddy's treasure. Diggertron will not spare you.
This is all that old Bursman's fault. Just because he has this device I'm holding, he can make a fortune. It's not fair.
Well, it seems you guys have some issues to
Not
sort
him
out, so
wringing his hands.
maybe I should leave.
That's no reason for you to steal it. Shake my
What
head
kind
in
of a reason are you
condemnation.
looking for? With the underworld in such a sad state, how are we supposed to survive if we don't resort to robbing and stealing?
That's the whole thing. The only reason you all have survived this long is because you have worked together. If you had resorted to robbing and stealing, it would have devolved ages ago.
Anyway, I got the device now. Come take it, if you have the guts.
I bet Sampo straight up is like, oh, you shouldn't make that decision. He's like making the like stop, stop, stop hand motion behind us.
Diggertron, get ready.
I like the clenched fists we have.
The sanctuary is but a vision. Break! Here is thunder.
And I can literally see like Sampo in the background, like behind us, being like, no, no, no,
You sure
cut that
talk
out.
tough for someone who can't fight. Come on, hand the detector over to Hook. No, Daddy's treasure! It's broken!
Can it be repaired?
Hey! Now this is Sampo's time to shine.
You're still here.
Of course. I wouldn't want to miss out on seeing you and Miss Hook's acts of heroism, would I?
Gotta make sure we don't get injured if he needs to do some last minute rescuing.
Listen here. There's a fellow in Boulder Town they call Balloway the Miner's Lamp. He's an appraiser. Although he claims that he doesn't do appraisals anymore for ancient relics, he actually still does a bit behind the scenes for ones that are of especially high value. I think this device of yours is probably worth a lot. It might be a good idea to try your luck with Balloway. Here's a trick. First, pretend that you want to sell it for a low price, then wait for him to excitedly fix the device for you. After it's fixed, tell him you changed your mind and you want to keep it for yourself.
Weasel mindset, alright.
This business tactic is what I call a bait and switch. Pretty clever, huh?
You are an annoying person to deal with, probably, business-wise.
Alloway the miner's lamp. Got it. Thanks, Mr. Sampo. Let's go into town to find him.
Have a safe trip!
I just want to grab his hips. Every time I see the hip cutouts, I'm just like, my brain is like, put hands there. But then again, I think I have that reaction to
It's
all
getting
hip
late.
cutouts.
Where to now?
Or really just any kind of cutout. Miner's Lamp has stopped all appraisal services. The announcement has all the details. Please leave. Announcement? What announcement? Are you here to cause trouble? What? Hold on. Are you from the outside? Everyone's talking about your story. No wonder you don't know me. That was embarrassing. Please excuse me. My name is Balloway, and I'm an expert in relic appraisal. People all call me Miner's Lamp. Nice to meet you. Anyway, effective from today, I, Miner's Lamp Balloway, will stop all appraisal services. It's a long story. You can have a look at this notice. Or do you have other business? No, I do have business with you.
I'm already retired from appraising ancient relics, so unless this detector is some kind of precious treasure...
Look at this! The detector's probe broke off. Can you fix it?
Ho ho, this certainly is a rare relic. Let me take a closer look.
Yes, look extra close. You have to help Hook fix it.
This device... I've been in the business for a long time, but never have I seen an ancient relic like this one before. I think this is probably beyond repair. But still, it is a rare treasure. Even broken, I'd be willing to pay a high price for it. What do you say?
Well, considering that the guy, the dad person, only really wanted the money to set up Hook's future, he might be willing to just sell it for the high price, even if he doesn't get to keep it. Because he said he didn't want any more trouble. I get that Sampo's way would probably work, but Sampo's way really annoys me.
The detector's probe is gone. It's like searching for something without eyes or ears. Now, it's nothing more than a pile of junk with no practical value.
But on the other hand, he's also a businessman, and he could be like, oh, sell it to me for this price, because it's just junk, you don't need it anymore, and then you find out that, like, they then fixed it and sold it for an astronomical price, because it's not junk and they were ripping you off.
I'm willing to offer a generous price for this thing, so do you want to sell it or not?
That is Furson's choice. I would say, let's bring it back to Furson, explain what's going on, and then allow him to make the choice, because it's his thing. Hey, yes, I love when this is giving me choices that I'd actually make.
Alright then, let's go find Daddy.
I love when games actually have responses that I would do. That's my biggest issue when I'm playing like Ultima games or like things like that. It's just like the choices I would make either give me the worst ending or what was that? Or they just don't exist. Like none of the endings or none of the choices or something I would do. Speaking of which, I picked up. Oh, what is this? When did I get this? When did I get these? Oh, this is the guy that was taking care of the Wubbaboos. Yeah, the caretaker of the Wubbaboos. That, family, like he was the frog in the well, yeah, where he was like a genius on his planet, but then he, was pretty, like, normal on the space station. Yeah. So, the first one we had talked about, the first one was, him sending a letter home, and everyone is absolutely really intrigued by the curios he's encountered in his work, and they look up to him a lot because of his job as a researcher and bringing information to other people. Alright, and so he's doing calibrations on the defense system. Apparently there's a point system on the station, which is how you get, like, funds for research. He's realizing he's the frog in the well. Apparently another group on the planet is controlling the resources of the other group on the planet. But it's hard for him to confront people on the space station because the situation on his home planet has kind of like bred a fear in his bones of conflict. And he doesn't want to let down his parents by telling them that he's kind of like bottom of the rung in the research station. Observation on Wubaboo behavior. When in a group, the Wubaboo's individual intelligence reduces dramatically. Alright, so Wubbaboos have about the intelligence of a 6-year-old human. When they're in groups, their intelligence seems to go down, like they egg each other on into doing stupid things. They can be by themselves, they can be in a group, or they can possess people. They're very active when they're happy. Sometimes they can self-implode when they're angry. If they are calm, they kind of start becoming cranky. He's got some review on his paper about Wubbaboos. And they're not willing to take his, not really willing to take his research serious because of his small sample size. Customer notice from Ballaway. He's gonna stop his appraisals due to taxes. He's tired due to appraising old world junk that people have been bringing him, especially because everybody's desperate, and they get mad at him when the stuff they bring isn't really valuable. And then also in his research to figure out what the relics do to properly price them, he is exposed to dangers and he's not getting enough money out of it. Alright. Oh, that's what. Okay, we had got this when we were in the mine. Okay, and this is everyone asking for, Artem, Tears of Themis reference. Everyone requesting stuff from the mine. Okay. Requesting supplies.
Where have you been, Hook? I was just about to go looking for you. Come on, let's go home. I'll cook some salt-baked rock crabs for you. What's wrong with this kid?
We found it.
Vein detector? The one I lost?
Big Brother and the Hook helped Daddy catch the thief that stole it. But Daddy's detector is broken. It's all my fault. If only I could have found it sooner.
So it was stolen. You're not hurt, are you, Hook?
I'm fine. Daddy, can you see if your detector still works?
The geomarrow probe is damaged. I'm afraid this thing won't work anymore.
I'm sorry, Daddy. I didn't help one bit.
What are you apologizing for? Thank you so much for looking out for me, Hook.
I mean, we found out who the thief is. That's important. Because if everybody's relying mostly on trust to survive in this society, you have to be willing to trust everyone, and the cook broke that trust. Also, we can probably give it to Sampo, and then Sampo can scam the man for us.
But Daddy's treasure.
Don't cry, Hawk. Daddy's true treasure has been here all along. It was never lost or broken.
Even you know what it is?
The detector helped me find lots of geomarrow veins, and it saved the mining team a lot of money. In that respect, it was a very good thing. But at the end of the day, the detector is just a tool. A true treasure must have irreplaceable importance to someone.
Doesn't really understand.
It's okay. I'm saying some things that might seem strange, but you will understand someday.
So, the treasure Daddy's talking about
is still happily running and jumping around.
Daddy! You're not allowed to see her cry! Go away!
On it, boss. I am fleeing the scene, don't worry about me. Alright, speaking of which, trade, gimme. Maybe with the next one, the next companion quest, we'll have enough. 5. Okay. Alright, Natasha. I think Oleg sent us off. That she seems like she's overworking.
You came at a good time. There is something you can help me with. According to my patient records, there are a few that haven't come for their follow-up visits. It happens from time to time, but never as regularly as this. I'm a bit concerned. Have you heard of the Complex Illness Mutual Aid Society?
What is that, like, chemists? Thymus? No, I haven't. Sounds suspicious.
I agree. Generally speaking, mutual aid societies like these allow patients to share their experiences and support each other. It's a way of countering all the negative emotional effects of being ill. But there might be more to this society than that. I've got a few patients who have started refusing treatment since joining the society. It certainly makes you wonder.
Ooh, cults. We gotta go get them. Cult behavior.
And the most suspicious part is that no matter how much I ask, no one's ever willing to tell me anything about it. And that's where you might be able to help.
Cult behavior. Do I need to be ill?
That won't be necessary. But it will help if you pretend to be a patient. Help me investigate this so-called mutual aid society and find out exactly what they're up to. If I find out they're preventing me from doing my job, or if they're bringing harm to my patients, I won't just sit on the sidelines.
I didn't notice that these are kind of like cowboy pants, saddle pants, but like tights.
Can I entrust you with this task?
I'm on it, boss.
You're as considerate as always. This little clinic has huge numbers of patients to deal with every day. If I didn't have you here to help me out, I wouldn't be able to focus on giving them quality care. Good luck. I'll be sure to thank you properly when you're back.
I will admit my brain went elsewhere. I'm not, I will admit it. Origin of the medicine. Alright. Gotta put my fake cough on. I got a limp. Alright. I got a text message from Hook. 1, 2, 3. Are you the honorary member of the Moles? I am Pitch Dark Hook the Great. I borrowed Julian's stuff to message you. I'm not good at typing yet, so it's so difficult. Right, I need your help. Come find me, and don't you ever tell that old witch, otherwise you're done for. Hook, I just got done with your companion quest. I was excited to get back to the main story. After this one. Well, guess we're on another companion quest. We'll get done with Natasha's first. I'm so sick.
You. I've seen you in the clinic. You run errands for Natasha, right?
That would be me.
Your cover? What are you talking about? Let me guess. Natasha wants you to persuade me to go back for a follow-up visit, right? What's the use? I'm terminal. Life will be over before I know it. Of course not. I read it in a book.
Yeah, and if I get on Google and put in my symptoms for my periods, I will have cancer. So, you know.
Every book I read has descriptions that match my symptoms exactly. I can diagnose myself with a dozen incurable diseases before I get halfway through.
Yeah, and you just said you could diagnose yourself with a dozen, but it's probably not a dozen incurable diseases you have. So, you know, this is where you just pick him up in a fireman carry and just toss him in Natasha's clinic.
For people in my situation, a follow-up visit is just a waste of time and money. Not to mention medicine.
So, nothing to do with this mutual aid society? Are you serious?
Mutual aid what now? What are you talking about? What else is there to say? Natasha was seeing me free of charge. She said I could keep a tab running for as long as I liked, then pay it back when I had the opportunity. I guess I'm too proud.
Then go back. I feel you. No.
You think I need you to tell me? Don't try and persuade me. I've already thought this through.
I do agree that sometimes it's hard to set up a doctor's appointment, because I put off a doctor's visit for like 2 months because I just really did not have the mental energy to call the doctor. And I've gotten better about that. Now I usually, at most, will put it off for a few days. Usually if I put it in my planner, I can convince myself to do it pretty quickly. But as someone who's had a bunch of surgeries in the last year, I can tell you that it is not good to put things off because you can just make yourself way worse.
Dr. Vash never charged me anything either. Natasha's great, but Vash was always my number one.
Suspicious.
Natasha's brother, they both used to practice medicine back in Rivettown. I heard he was a top student from the overall medical academy. Bellabog's main hospital wanted him. I have no idea what convinced him to set up down here. A kind heart, maybe.
Alright, I don't know Natasha a lot, but she hasn't mentioned a brother.
What do you mean? Dr. Vash was a people's doctor. He handed out free medicine. He even followed up with detailed questions on how he felt. The underworld is always short on medical resources. They say that Dr. Vash made all his own medicine himself.
That's suspicious.
You think I don't want to? I heard that he passed away.
He gave out free medicine that he made himself, and then he suddenly vanished? 100% he was experimenting on people, and that's probably why you feel terrible.
I should keep my voice down. Don't go telling anyone else about this next bit.
Natasha immediately spins around and runs back to Natasha's clinic. All right, first point, do you have a brother? Second point, someone's been handing out medicine. Sure.
I heard that Natasha had something to do with Dr. Vash's death. They say she was jealous that her brother had stolen her patients, so she...
All right, and interacting with Natasha, does it seem at all like that's her character? And you believe that?
It's just something people were saying. I don't think Dr. Natasha could do something like that. Forget I said anything. Since Dr. Natasha sent you over specially, I'll do her a favor. I'll go to the clinic for my follow-up a little later. Bye for now.
I would immediately be running back to
Avoiding
Natasha.
a follow-up visit due to money issues. I should find another patient to talk to.
Okay, at least in the United States, that is pretty common though, is like, sometimes you just can't afford going to the doctor. It's literally just not something you can afford. And so sometimes if you have, like, say, a surgery, and everything seems pretty healthy, you might not go to the follow-up visit. Now, because a lot of doctors were running into that, some of them actually charge. You have to, when you're gonna have a surgery, they have this, like, before fee that they make you pay. So some of them put the follow-up fee into it so that you don't have to, like, convince customers, or patients, I guess is a better word, convince people to actually go to their follow-ups to make sure that they're not having any issues after their surgery.
What was that? Oh, you'll have to be louder. My ears aren't what they used to be. Everything's muffled.
What's worse, muffled or the ringing of tetanitis? Why have you not gone to your follow-up?
Follow-up visit. Is that what you're asking about?
Yep.
Natasha's a wonderful girl. She always gives me a thorough checkup. But at this age, it's rather a lot to bear. Even if they could cure me. I'm sure I wouldn't be around for long. I don't want to waste anyone's time.
Yeah, being a burden can also make it really hard to, like, get the help you need, because it's just like, you don't think you deserve it, or you can come up with 100 reasons why you shouldn't waste, quote-unquote, other people's times. But on the other hand, when something bad happens to you, it can also do it, because, like, if you get really sick, right? Like, you refuse to go to the doctor and you get really sick, and you have to go to the ER or the hospital, or you're sick at home, someone has to come and take care of you constantly, and that is probably more work for them than it would be to just go to help you go to the doctor's visit. So, some trade-offs.
Not for youngsters like yourself. When you get to my time of life, good health is a bit of a luxury, I'm afraid. My husband had the same illness as me, but he never touched the medicine. He wanted to make sure I had enough. Then, one day, he said he needed to take care of some things at the mine. He never came back. He was forever saying he wanted to go before I did. Ah, selfish old fool.
It is really hard being the last one standing.
I miss him. Now that he's gone, who cares how long I stick around?
Well, obviously, at least Natasha.
Do you think so? Wouldn't he want me to hurry up and join him?
I mean, only if you're suffering, probably. Like, otherwise, you still have so much to experience, even at an older age, that, it's better to experience it, because we don't know what happens afterwards, after we go into the light. We don't know what the after effects are. You could be just reborn in a new body and get to experience life all over again, or your consciousness fades into nothing, into the ether, or there could be some kind of afterlife, but we don't know. So like, you should experience everything you can now, just in case there is nothing afterwards, because if you even have any kind of consciousness of being in whatever the afterlife is, or whatever happens after death, like, you would regret so much, like, hastening it forward, because you would never be able to try new foods again, or do a new activity, or anything like that.
Kids today. Don't give up easily. Okay, you win. It's off for another follow-up visit with Dr. Natasha, I suppose. Hmm? Did you want to say something else? My ears are terrible.
Have you heard of the Suspicious Society?
Virtual who? All right, I heard you. Do you have to shout? No, I've never heard of any mutual aid society.
Two out of, I'm assuming 3 or 4 people so far have not heard of this place. Interesting.
Avoiding a follow-up visit because of her husband. I should find another patient to talk to.
Why haven't I gone for my follow-up visit? Are you a patient too, or did Dr. Natasha send you over?
I am both. You're pretty sharp.
You should head on back then. Thank Dr. Natasha for her concern. I don't need Dr. Natasha's help now. Tell her to save her worries and medicine for other people.
Did you have a fight, or I'm through seeing her too?
A dispute? No. She's the only kind-hearted doctor in the underworld. I just don't really approve of her methods, that's all. Too idealistic, and no real efficacy. She tries to save everyone, which means she can't save anyone. In the end, it's the patients who suffer, and she just tires herself out. Miners like me don't have time for lengthy treatments. If I can't take something and get right back to work, I may as well lie down and wait for death to come knocking.
That is such a stupid thought process. Okay.
Did you, know Dr. Vash? His wonder medicine is cheap, and the results are immediate. You just need to, be willing to, take a little risk.
This is the second time we've heard of Natasha's supposed brother.
Dr. Vash's medicine is Lots of people make a full recovery after taking it, but some get worse. And the unlucky ones check out early.
Everyone, make sure you're drinking something. Got my Powerade out. So, it's some kind of like immunity booster, adrenaline booster, steroids maybe.
Even knowing the risk, most people fight tooth and nail to get hold of the medicine. You know why?
They're willing to gamble.
You're smarter than you look.
I'm only 9 days old, so thank you.
When life forces you to the edge, you'll throw yourself at any opportunity, even if it means risking it all.
It's understandable in some cases, just like people who go into test trials for new medicine, because like say you have, like that guy was thinking he had like an incurable disease, right? And currently there's just no medicine to treat it, and someone's like, do you want to be part of our test group for a medicine? That it might not, even if the test group, it works, right? It's some wonder drug that cures an incurable disease, so it's now curable. It might not be out in the shelf or even something you could afford after it gets proven to work. And potentially they're like, oh, you have to sign these waivers that like you are a human trial. This could not work, or it could even have horrible side effects. Like that's what the human trial is for. But if you are standing in the face of, you try this out or you're gonna die anyway, it might just shorten the time between you and death. So people are willing to go through it because they want to have a longer life, and they know that that medicine might be the only cure for it. Now, his earlier part stating like, if you're trying to help everyone, then can't save anyone, is a dumb ideology entirely. Because if you're willing, I really most of the time am not one of those people that abides by the ends justify the means kind of thing, because unless those people, because in the situation with the medicine, the gambling, right, they willingly chose to do this themselves, or their guardian, if they're like under 18, right, willingly chose to gamble. So they're sacrificing themselves. They know that this could not work out. But if you do not have the right to choose who gets sacrificed, like who's more important, because it's like that, if anyone's seen it, that AI model that's teaching self-driving cars. Like, it's essentially like in a situation where you have to kill people, like the trolley problem, who would you consider more valuable? And it's like training the AI to pick who's more valuable to you. So like when I took it, I always prioritize the people in the car. So if one of the options was like kill the pedestrians or kill the people in the car, I always chose to save the people in the car, because of the fact that no one would trust getting in a self-driving car if it had the chance to kill you, right? Because you can just, like, there are other ways where it's random if something dies, but if something's programmed to, like, not care about you, you wouldn't buy it. But I feel like I'm getting off topic. But yeah, I was essentially like, no one has the right to choose who's going to die. If someone wants to take a gamble, it's one thing, and the results of them is the results of that gamble is death. But it's another thing if someone else is like, oh, because you're a minor, you have more worth, so you're gonna get our medicine, versus a elderly patient like the one we saw earlier being like, oh, they're gonna die soon. Now, sometimes nurses in like terrible situations are forced to make that call, like through triage of like, we only have so much medicine, so they are forced to make that call. Like they were forced to make that call during COVID. But that has to go through so many rounds of like, this has to be okayed, and why is it okayed? And they're still gonna do their best to try and get through the situation, to get everyone out. So I just don't agree with this thought process.
People like us, a slow and torturous treatment is the same as a death sentence. If it's between that and a quick result, we'll take the latter.
Yeah, but you being willing to gamble yourself is one thing.
Forget it. Why am I telling you all this? Dr. Vash is dead anyway.
We still haven't figured out who that person who has a lab in Rivertown is. I wonder if that's Dr. Vash. Where is this medicine coming from?
What? Now you're interested in the Wonder Medicine?
Yeah.
Listen up. The Complex Illness Mutual Aid Society is still selling that medicine. I can tell you where they trade, but there's a rule. You must not tell any of this to Dr. Natasha. You hear? If you break the rule, you'll face the consequences.
Yeah, they don't want you to tell Dr. Natasha because she's the person in charge of Wildfire and she'll put a stop to it. Obviously. But also, I'm immediately gonna tell her.
Yeah, take this. It's the address. Final warning. Do not reveal this information to Natasha.
He gave out the address really easily. And especially since it says suspicious patient, I would state that paper is probably a trap.
I know where to find the Wonder Medicine. What should I do next? That patient didn't want me to tell Natasha about this. Should I listen to him?
See, on one hand, I'm pretty sure this is a trap. He gave the address over really easily. So I'm like 100% sure if we go there with a team, it will probably lead to nothing, and then it will be really hard to find them. But just like I've been doing the rest of this playthrough, like, this is her show. This is her circus and her monkeys. And also potentially if this person is her brother in reality and that's not just a fake backstory, then she deserves to know, especially if they're pushing out rumors that she killed him. Which might be true if he is really doing harm to his patients, because Natasha is like a field medic and they make tough choices. So it's probably like she could even just tell us to go there by ourselves anyway. But again, the whole like emphasis on don't tell Natasha could mean that they're keeping an eye on me. See, if this was my choice, I would tell Natasha first, but I would text it to her because I apparently have everyone's phone number, or I would text it to Oleg and then have Oleg tell her. That way, if anyone's watching me, I can then go near where the address meetup is and wait for further instructions while Natasha gives me intel. But it's Natasha's circus, so I'm gonna tell her first.
So the Mutual Aid Society found Vash's research results, and now they're selling this so-called wonder medicine to patients?
He's a real person? I honestly thought he was a fake backstory.
Any organization doing something like this is interested in more than just mutual aid.
I told you they're probably experimenting on people.
I'm not surprised. They'll know that I'm completely against them using this wonder medicine. What Vash left behind is nothing more than reagents and experimental byproducts. The word medicine doesn't apply here. I warned the patients countless times, but seems like they had their heads in the sand all along. No wonder they kept the Mutual Aid Society a secret from me. Thank you. Those patients weren't exactly singing my praises. Thank you for having faith in me. If you're curious about Vash's wonder medicine, you should ask some of the patients in the clinic. See what they have to say about the effects.
Some people say that Dr. Vash was a saint who came from the overworld to help those in need. I don't buy it. People's doctor. That's just what people who've bought into the myth like to say. Vash used to distribute free medicine all the time, but he couldn't have cared less about the people taking the medicine. The hard truth is that we were just his test subjects. It didn't matter if the medicine worked or not. What mattered was having a constant stream of willing lab rats.
Yeah, that was the reason why he would always have like thorough, like, how are you doing? How was the medicine working for you? It was getting research on how well his medicine was doing.
Of course, I can't control what anyone else thinks. That's just how I see it.
Natasha, I'm not doubting you at all.
The medicine Vash left behind? That stuff. Can you even call it medicine? I know Dr. Natasha's here, but I have to tell it like it is. Vash had zero medical ethics. He didn't deserve the title doctor. He may have had the capability, but he didn't use it to help anyone. Whenever I went to see him, he never even asked about my illness. He just prescribed me his so-called wonder medicine.
So he was trying to make the, oh, there's like this mythical... Is it the Philosopher's Stone? It's like this mythical alchemist stuff that was supposed to be like a cure-all for everything. Like, no matter what illness or what issue you had, supposedly this alchemy fluid, or if it's the Philosopher's Stone, that would cure everything, no matter what it was. A cure-all kind of thing.
If it were you, would you have taken that medicine?
I mean, it depends on how desperate I was. Like I said, if you're willing to make the gamble, some people are, just like that suspicious patient was, is like some people are just willing to make that gamble if it means that they're gonna get better. But it's it's something you have to agree to. So if he wasn't telling anyone, and like they said, we're just using people as lab rats without telling them any of the possible outcomes, then no, it's bad. But if like he told them beforehand, like, hey, this drug will either cure you or it's going to kill you, and they decide to drink it, that is their own choice. They have to face the consequences.
I still haven't worked out how to convey it to you. The issues surrounding Vash. My relationship with him. The things he's done in the underworld. It's a long story.
I believe in you. You don't have to explain it to me. I have a good idea. You can either give me the cliff notes if you want, or just don't. Just tell me what's the next thing you need me to do, because I believe in you, Natasha. So.
I'm guessing you've heard a lot of different opinions on Vash. What do you make of him?
As I stated, he wanted to make a cure-all. His goal seemed to be good, and he wasn't profiteering on it, so I think it's tough to say.
I want you to go and visit another patient, a victim of the wonder medicine. I want you to see the real consequences of abusing that medicine. Once you've understood her situation, come back and tell me what you think. After that, I want to ask for your help again.
Was that the wrong answer? Was I supposed to pick the top one that's like a doctor with no medical ethics?
Who are you? Who? And who am I? Where's my husband? And where's my child? Where are they? You know where they are, right?
I'm afraid not.
You don't know. They don't know. Nobody knows. Where? Where did they go?
Come over here, child. It's best to leave that poor lady in peace. Let me explain. That poor lady. Both her husband and child became ill and passed away. Oh, well, not terribly serious, but they needed to get treatment every now and then, which did impact their livelihood. In order to try and rid themselves of the ailment once and for all, they bought some kind of wonder medicine. Who would have thought their condition would deteriorate so rapidly after they began using it? The two began to suffer terribly, such that death then became a blessing. It wasn't long before they departed this world, one after the other. From that moment on, oh, she became as you see her now. If Dr. Natasha hadn't taken her under her wing, well, it doesn't bear thinking about. And yet, what more could have been done? They were warned about the medicine. They were told about the risks. And they chose to roll the dice.
Yeah, but that's also another thing, though, when it comes... I was about to talk about this before they explained it exactly what I was talking about, which just... You also... That's why a lot of these trials, though, they make you talk to a psychiatrist first to make sure that you can give informed consent and that you truly understand the risks. Because when you're desperate, it's really easy to say that you would risk your life to get better, or you risk your life for whatever it is you're desperate for, without actually being able to tell, like, if you actually mean it or not. Because in the moment it's easy to say a lot of things, but it's just like, just to make sure you actually like understand the drawbacks that you could be facing.
Oh, talking about it tires me out. At least my husband and I are able to help her where we can. I just hope that one day she can lead a normal life again.
I still would say this is complicated because outside of making sure they truly understand what they're agreeing to, like the older lady stated, like if he gives them the full rundown of like, you could die from this medicine and you choose to make the risk, that is taking the consequences of your actions.
Did you speak to her? By the look on your face, I'm assuming you've come to understand the wonder medicine all too well.
This is closer to what I'm thinking. Like, I wouldn't, outside of like, since they're selling it, yes, because he wasn't selling it, the Vash guy, the Dr. Vash, because it was free. People were essentially exchanging like their bodies as lab rats in exchange for this medicine. Now, if they're selling it, that's another story.
Be it Vash or the Mutual Aid Society, forces like that can take full advantage of the typical underworld state of mind. Let me tell you a story. There was once a brilliant overworld doctor with unmatched pharmaceutical skill. The doctor was set on developing a medicine that would steel the human body against the cold. He named his research project Blizzard Immunity. But his research met with obstruction time and time again, the biggest factor being a lack of test subjects. Tampering with the human immune system carries huge risk, and nobody in the overworld was willing to submit themselves to such experiments. As such, the doctor got in touch with his sister in the underworld, claiming that he wanted to support the medical effort below ground. Naturally, his sister was overjoyed. After all, as far as medicine was concerned, her brother had always been the standard she'd strive to attain. She brought her brother underground and entrusted him with her clinic and laboratory. I think you know what comes next.
Yeah, it's hard to it's hard that it was your family.
Issuing free medicine to the needy was just Vash's way of conducting experiments on his test subjects. On some level, his reagents were able to alleviate the patient's suffering, but nothing more. They would forget their pain for a while and neglect their regular treatment plans. The result? Patients with mild illness would attribute their recovery to the so-called wonder medicine, while patients with serious illness would quickly deteriorate, and sometimes die. I cannot accept that their fate was simply the result of misfortune or risk. No true doctor would accept that. That's why I want you to help me recover all the wonder medicine. Are you willing to take on this assignment?
If you all could see me, I'm doing like a little salute and be like, aye aye, Captain.
Thank you. This will be hard for the people that have come to rely on the wonder medicine, but it's up to us to remove this false hope. You mustn't hesitate. Recover every last reagent that Vash left behind. I'll take responsibility for the consequences. Don't worry about that. Go. I'll be waiting for the good news.
We're about to go fight some people. I'm always so surprised on how quickly time goes by when I'm playing. Getting close to the 2-hour mark already. We've only done one side quest and and we're working on our second companion quest. Might be the...
Stop right there. No one's allowed up ahead.
Yeah, we're not here to be nice.
Oh, playing the hero, are we? Is this a stick-up? Wait a minute, you're that clinic woman's lackey, aren't you? Did you think the Mutual Aid Society didn't have its own intel? She's after our medicine and sent you here to smash the place, right? Man,
yeah.
Look lively and send this idiot packing already.
You are going to be the ones packing, but alright.
Here, this thunder! Rules are made to be broken!
Gosh, Japard and Jingyuan is just a match made in heaven. Oh? A monster?
Conflict is pitiless! Show no mercy!
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Old box has some medicines labeled with experimental numbers. This must be the wonder medicine the Mutual Aid Society is talking about. You suddenly hear footsteps behind you.
Well, look who we have here. Your reputation precedes you, outsider. I didn't take you for a bandit and a thief.
I mean, do you actually have priority over this stuff?
You listen here. I'm the president of the Complex Illness Mutual Aid Society. The medicine we hold here is lifeblood for many of our members. Are you sure you want to deprive them of that?
I'm under orders to do exactly that, sir.
Those poor patients. Along comes a life-saving wonder medicine only to be snatched away by a shameless bandit like you.
Considering that you're selling it, I don't think I'm the shameless bandit.
The underworld is full of sickness. What would happen if we left it all to that clinic to treat?
This sounds like the guy that was the merchant earlier in the last quest we did with Hook. Still sounds like Adam from Skate.
My Mutual Aid Society has relieved that doctor of patients at the end of the road. Shouldn't she be thanking me?
She'd never give up on a patient, and she'd never work with an imposter like you.
Seems like you are quite bent on dismantling our operations, aren't you? Fine, seeing as you came all this way, it'd be rude not to give you the opportunity.
I will state, everyone, though, that I love Adam's voice from Skate, so I am delighted and so sad that this is not on a playable character.
Men, seize the medicine thief.
The sanctuary is but a vision! Quick! Hear this thunder! Is that all? The will forged in ice never falters!
I have beat the stuffing out of everyone.
What did we ever do to you? Why are you taking away our moneymaker?
Hey, look at that. You're showing your true colors.
Moneymaker? So you admit it then? You're not in this to save lives, you're in it to get rich.
Hey, Natasha.
What are you doing here? Oh, as if we didn't have enough trouble already.
Selling fake medicine with false kindness. You should have expected trouble to find you sooner or later. I have a responsibility to protect the well-being of my patients. Or to put it another way, I must eradicate any and all threats to them.
So did you actually kill your brother?
You can't save everyone. The underworld is teeming with sickness. How could you possibly pull it off?
You're right. I can't save everyone alone. But if I must, I would sacrifice food and sleep to treat them. The debt that Vash owes to the underworld rests with me. All I can do is help everyone to the best of my ability. To the very end.
So stubborn. In that sense, you're no different from your crazy brother.
I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. Your actions today have saved many underworld families. I'll find a way to dispose of Vash's leftover reagents. Next time the Mutual Aid Society wants to whip up a quack cure, they'll be out of luck. Let's go back to town. I still owe those patients an explanation.
I mean, you would think if they've been with the reagents long enough, they would have, like, figured out how to make it themselves. If this guy is smart. So, like, couldn't they just make more? Oh. I was like, where am I looking at? Just the zoomed in of my view. Where am I going? Oh, back to the clinic.
It's getting late. Where to now? Uh-oh. It looks like the patients have surrounded Natasha. Let's hear what they're saying.
Yeah, but these are the two follow-up ones.
What are you saying, Doctor? The wonder medicine is out of supply?
Correct. That medicine is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wildfire has cut off the supply chain. Your ailments need rational, scientific treatment. Relying on pseudo-medicines will only worsen your condition.
Rational and scientific, huh? The way I see it, you're just jealous you lost your patients.
How dare you speak to Dr. Natasha like that? Where are your manners?
Ma'am, please think for a moment. How can you still be siding with her? That wonder medicine was working fine for us, and now it's gone because she wants it to be? How can she—
I understand your anger, but as your doctor, I ask you to trust my judgment. I will find a way to access more medical resources and help you through your struggles. If I must, I'll get help from the surface.
The surface? I almost forgot that you were an overworld big shot.
Have some respect for Dr. Natasha.
Don't waste your breath on this guy. He wants to be mad at someone.
If it's respect she wants, she better find a replacement for the wonder medicine fast. If not, I'll tell everyone about how she set up Dr. Vash. I'm out of here.
She may be a doctor, but I can still take your kneecaps.
Oh, you're here. I apologize. That must have made for uncomfortable viewing.
Me.
Don't let your emotions get the better of you. If I were in his shoes, I might well have had the same reaction. Now I need to focus on treating the patients and dispelling their doubts. Let's leave it for now. I'll feel a lot better once I've gotten rid of this mess that Vash left us. Now's as good a time as any to tell you Vash's whole story. If there's anything you want to know, don't hesitate to ask.
Was he actually your brother? I was very stuck on that point.
No, but I used to think we were so close that we may as well have been. I, actually grew up in the orphanage. It wasn't until I was adopted by an overworld family that life changed for me. My adoptive mother always saw me as her own flesh and blood, and Vash loved me like a sister. That is while we were still young. My adoptive parents belonged to a prominent medical family. As kids, we were exposed to all kinds of medical texts. When we were older, both of us got straight into Belobog's medical school. We were on a path into the medical profession. He was gentle and introverted. But when it came to work, he could be absurdly obsessive. Like a completely different person. Whenever I made a mistake in an experiment, he'd bite my head off. And then a while later, he'd apologize and comfort me. He was conflicted in that way. I didn't know he had leftover reagents in Rivet Town. I was shocked when you told me. If you fail to make a clean break with the past creeps up on you. That's a long story. Ever since he was little, Vash had always wanted to develop a medicine called blizzard immunity. He saw the human body's vulnerability to cold as a disease, and wanted to cure it so that humanity could survive the eternal freeze. If he succeeded, people would be able to leave Belobog and rebuild their homes in the snow plains. I do admire his vision and perseverance, even though blizzard immunity always seemed unachievable to me. I knew his research in the overworld wasn't going well. I used to write to him and ask him to come down and stay with the kids in the orphanage for a while. I thought it might help take his mind off his research. But I was too young to know what long-term frustration could do to a person. It changed him in a terrible way. During his stay in the underworld, he met patients affected by fragmentum corrosion with mild symptoms. Compared with non-patients, their bodies reacted differently to hot and cold. And that fascinated Vash.
Alright, we're starting to get to the concerning bit.
He began to simulate mild fragmentum corrosion, thinking that it could lead to breakthroughs in developing blizzard immunity. Those reagents of his aren't cure-alls for critical illness. That doesn't exist. Vash made the reagents to mitigate the suffering of his patients in the short term. A convenient way for him to observe changes in his test subjects.
So kind of like maybe some steroid shots or like long-term painkillers. Or like technically short-term, but longer term than normal painkillers.
But behind my back, he had been doling out the reagents to residents who were kept in the dark. When it finally struck me that something was wrong, his terrible research had already turned him into a madman.
Okay, so this is where then he's like he's not redeemable in any sense of the word, because if he's not telling people the side effects, like what could happen if they take it, and just using them purely as test subjects without their knowledge, then that's when it like crosses over the line.
Indeed. And it all happened under my nose. How ridiculous. My judgment was clouded by trust in a loved one.
I mean, that's pretty much like what happens in abuse situations too. It's just like you can recognize the signs of abuse really easily when it does not involve yourself or someone you trust. So like if you're looking in on a situation, you can be like, oh, that's very obviously abuse. End of story. But when it's yourself, you just don't notice things as well because you trust the people around you.
When his experiments were exposed, I spent a long time with Oleg discussing how to handle the aftermath. This was shortly before the underworld was sealed off. There were hardly any Silvermane guards remaining. We spent ages trying to find a way to handle Vash. In the end, Oleg suggested that we banish him and permanently deny him access to the underworld.
Oh, so the research laboratory thing in Rivet Town might be Vash's?
Had his victims found out the truth, Vash would have been torn to pieces by furious underworlders. I was young and weak at the time. Oleg must have worried about how I'd react to such a scenario, or he wouldn't have suggested banishment.
Yeah, because banishment can be a longer and more terrible subject? Like, can be even worse than even like a punishment that takes a long time or whatnot, like public execution or even like a swift death. Like being banished can be a slow and torturous result. No.
I hope so. The day I learned the truth was the day I no longer recognized my brother.
But there's also the chance that he could have gone back to the overworld if he found a way to slip through like Sampo did, or he could be still conducting his experiments, but it's out of sight, out of mind, which is bad for justice. You can't just shove something aside and be like, oh, we've taken care of it. So there is still the issue that he might pop up again.
Oleg and I took Vash to the overworld. He made his final request to us. To take him outside the city to the snow plains he'd always wanted to conquer.
Oh, okay, so you did take him back to the overworld.
His figure gradually disappeared into the snow curtain. I've been telling myself that Vash is dead ever since.
I mean, the Vash you knew as a brother is, but I mean, he could still technically be alive and pop up and cause us
Forgive
issues.
Me. I'm not good at telling stories. Vash was a terrible brother and a worse doctor. That's all you need to know. Let's call it a day. Thank you for cleaning up the mess my brother left behind. Here, for your trouble.
Woo, more Stellar Jade. Huzzah. Alright, that gets us to 6 pulls. We are slowly creeping our way back up to a 10 pull. Alright, we're trying to clear out all these side quests first, so let's go and talk to Hook, because Hook has another side quest for us again.
Ah, honorary member of the Mo. Thank you for helping Hook find the detector. But now, Hook needs to ask you another favor. Hook and Daddy's birthday is approaching. Every year at this time, we exchange gifts and celebrate our birthday together. Yeah? What's the problem? Daddy's job has been more difficult since moving to Boulder Town. He gets home really late every day. I don't want to use his hard-earned money to buy a gift.
So you're gonna use mine?
Hey, are you patronizing me? Actually, I still have some valuable treasure of my own in Rivet Town. It's a shame I left it there. If I go bring it back and sell it for a decent price, I can buy a gift for Daddy without begging anyone for money. I know that Rivet Town is super dangerous right now. That's why I'd like to enlist you as my bodyguard.
Do I at least get some cake?
That way, even if the old witch finds out later, I won't be the only one getting a scolding. Then it's
I did hear
settled.
that.
Let's meet in Rivet Town. I'll be waiting for you in a safe spot. You're not allowed to not come.
Again with the blackmailing me with your safety.
What took you so long? Hook's been waiting here for ages.
Again, how are you getting here faster than me? I can teleport.
Okay, whatever you say. As long as you're here now, it's fine. I got some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first?
The bad news is probably monsters, but always the bad news.
I told the rest of the moles about the plan, and Julian asked me to get some treasure for him. If we don't help him, he'll tell the old witch where we've gone.
Why did you open your mouth? We're now being blackmailed.
The good news is that he's willing to contribute to our adventure. Look, he gave me this gardening shovel.
Why is that helpful?
Well, Julian has been a huge help to me. Consider this returning the favor. Well, the treasure won't grow legs and find us, will it? Come on, let's go.
We'll just use the teleports to walk around. Monster? Nope.
Julian's adoptive parents used to own a business in this area. When we were all forced to leave the town, there were lots of things they didn't have time to take with them, so... Shouldn't be too hard to locate his treasure. Let's start by looking over there.
Oh, if it's just picking up souvenirs of like, oh, if you're going by this area, could you see if you could find my family portrait or whatever, that's much better than he's blackmailing you. Okay. You made it sound much worse than it is.
We found Julian's treasure! No, not the key. These glass marbles. Oh, look at all the different colors. Bet it wasn't easy collecting all these.
I thought the key was the treasure.
No, these marbles are what he's after. I'm also curious. What does this key open? Oh, let's ask Julian when we get back. What's that look on your face? Oh, I get it. You don't think this jar of glass marbles is worth anything, right?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. This jar of marbles means a lot to the moles.
What is this design on the side of your hat?
Julian used it to help the moles overcome a super huge crisis for which he was promoted to second in command. It was a super huge crisis that jeopardized the moles' honor. In the past, the kids in town were arch rivals to us at the orphanage. Us kids used to bully us, relying on the pocket money that their parents gave them. One time, they sent us a formal declaration of war, challenging the moles to a marbles competition. We were all well aware that we didn't stand a chance. We at the orphanage only had some old glass marbles we scavenged from the side of the road, which are no match for those rich kids' marbles. Nonetheless, Julian bravely accepted the challenge and triumphantly returned with a pile of colorful glass marbles he won. It was incredible.
It sounds like a child's anime competition.
Yep. So, now you know why you wanted us to find this treasure. All right, enough chit-chat. Next, we need to find my treasure. Time to get to work. Hook's treasure is hidden below the orphanage near the mine's entrance. This doesn't feel like the Rivet Town I remember. Do you think the orphanage is like this now too?
Yes. Having been there, I can tell you yes. Oh yeah, we opened up a shortcut. I won't have to go all the way around to get to the orphanage now. Oh. Smack. Ooh, monsters. See if we can sneak around.
This place is nothing like it was before I left. Boxes and mine carts are all over the street. What a mess. Oh, did someone move my treasure too?
Potentially.
I used to keep it in the mining team's junk pile. Behind the corner, there were heaps of geomarrow and boxes. Hopefully it hasn't been taken. I'll look with you. We'll definitely find it if we work together.
Let's see. Shiny. Oh, shiny.
Look, it's in this box. This miniature drill rig was given to me by a guy from Daddy's mining team as a birthday present. I'm going to turn it on. Whoosh! Oh, just don't talk to me right now. I need to calm down.
This child has good coping skills.
Honorary member, I wonder, how much do you think Julian's glass marbles would sell for?
Hark!
I wasn't actually planning on selling these marbles, but Julian gets his treasure and I get nothing. What a lousy bargain. That might work. But it'll be pretty expensive to fix, right?
No idea.
Not possible. Daddy said that guy went missing one day and he never saw him again. Maybe he went someplace far away. I have no idea when he'll come back, so that definitely won't work.
Well, for now, we should go back.
Oh, wait a second! I hid another treasure at the orphanage! I want to sell it, but if I want to buy Daddy a gift, I don't have any other choice. Honorary member, please, please help me look for it. Just one more time. I promise this is the last time. Let's go.
There is thankfully a teleporter near the orphanage, so I can just bada bing, bada boom. Of course, there's monsters here now.
Why are there so many monsters here? We need to deal with them first.
I love the moles graffiti though.
To the conflict is pitiless. Rules are made to be broken. The sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Wait! Let me take a look at my notes. I marked the location where I stashed the treasure.
That's better than me. I would have forgotten by now, and I would not have written it down. I have that with some of my plot ideas for writing. I'm just like, oh, I'll remember. Spoiler, they did not.
It's a reward from the old witch. You'll know what it is after I dig it up. Go down the stairs on the left, then walk 10 paces forward. Turn right, walk another 15 paces, spin around 10 times, then keep walking forward. Oh no! I'm doomed! The second half of my notes are completely ruined!
It's also ruined because I hate ones that are like, oh, step so many paces this way, because everybody has different leg lengths. So like, one person's 5 steps is another person's 10 or another person's 3, like.
Oh, what kind of lame treasure map would it be if it only had 1 or 2 steps? Without the second half of my notes, how will I ever find the treasure?
I guess we're just gonna look around.
Really? Quick, let me see.
Let's use the home use object finder to help Hook search.
Not the beep 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 thing.
Beep, beep, beep! I need a home use object finder at your service. Please say the target object you want to search for.
I hate this thing.
Wow, this little thing, you can talk? Wow, you can talk as well, little thing. Huh, aren't you sassy? But if you can help me find my treasure, I'll let it slide.
Well, that was quick.
What's this? Oh, looks like something is written on it. For Julian, 50 years in the future. Whatever. Since we've already dug it up, let's open it. Really? Oh, the old witch did say that some things will emit a poisonous gas after being buried for a long time. Okay, forget it. Let's not open it.
Alright, we found something. Wasn't the right thing, but we found something.
Beep, beep. As stated in the terms of service, my search result accuracy and reliability are not guaranteed.
I'm not gonna keep letting you talk.
My teddy bear! The old witch gave it to me as a gift. Yes, he's called Junjun. Whoa, Junjun. How did you get covered in dirt? And why do you have so many loose threads? If we don't get you cleaned up, no one will buy you. The old witch said that Junjun isn't just any old teddy bear. He'll be worth a lot of money once he's cleaned up. There's no other way. I haven't learned to sew yet. I'll have to ask the old witch for help. If she finds out I went somewhere I shouldn't have gone, Hook will get lectured all over again. But so what if the old witch yells at me? Hook still has to prepare the gift for Daddy. We found the treasure. Let's split. The monsters here give Hook goosebumps. Ooh, too scary. I'm warning you. Don't you dare tell the old witch about Hook's plan to sell the treasure.
I will probably be telling her. Because I'm pretty sure you are not going to get much for that teddy bear. Unless it's a collector's edition, and with the stuff, the condition in, probably not. Right, I wanted to know. Okay, it's kind of like a badge. And then she's got a little bowls badge. Alright, so it's probably like the, as you can see there, it's like the badge showing we're from the Astral Express. All of the Astral Express crew has them, so it's probably something similar. What's up? We defeated enemies. Huzzah! Alright, back to here.
It's getting late.
Ribcage is giving me a
Where'd
bit
you
of
know?
trouble. Natasha, we have returned.
Hook? What are you...
Natasha? Junjun's in bad shape. Can you help me fix him?
I remember giving you Junjun. I haven't seen this fella in years. Where did you find him?
The wind brought him back to me.
Be honest with me, Hook.
Big Brother helped me find him in the Rivet Town orphanage.
You had him take you to the Fragmentum just for this teddy bear? Hook, how many times have I told you?
I'm glad we're not getting in trouble. I was about to be like, ah, she's dragging me into this. And then Natasha's like, I know you're at fault.
Natasha, please. Please help me fix Junjun. I'll clean the clinic for you for a whole month.
You say that every time, and then...
Great! See you soon! Big Brother, I'll leave Junjun with you.
What am I going to do with that girl?
I wonder if I can call Dunhung, because he seems like the type to know how to sew.
You shouldn't indulge her, outsider. I know it's difficult to tell Hook no, but sometimes it just has to be done.
She's blackmailing me with her health. She said that she would go on her own regardless of if I was going or not. I'm trying to make sure she doesn't die.
June. So she gave her bear a name, huh? I've lost count of all the dolls I've made. To be honest, I wasn't expecting her to like this one so much. It was an award I used to give the kids in Rivet Town for good behavior. Can you imagine what an orphanage is like with so many difficult children? I mean, I had to come up with a solution to get them to behave. Hook pretended to be well behaved for a month in order to get June. She ate on time, slept on time, even stopped fighting with the other kids. Of course, as soon as she got her award, she went straight back to her old self. Hook has an uncanny ability to rally people to her cause, both adults and children. It's a skill, all right. And forcing her to be well-behaved puts a lid on it. Well, this teddy bear has sure been through the wars. Don't worry, I'll help Hook repair June. But I'll need to find some stuffing. Wait, look at the eyes. They must be Erebus? Huh. Strange, I didn't notice when I sewed them on. I'm no appraiser, but these two gems look to be high quality. Well, our war-torn bear here just became a priceless doll. Not bad, June.
Oh, things are working out for, Hook, then. I mean, we could just take the eyes off and then replace them with buttons, and then she gets to keep the doll, but we sell the stones.
Did the old witch yell at you?
Yep.
Ah, but you were only there to help Hook. I'm sorry, honorary member. Never mind that. You didn't tell her what I was really up to, did you? Great. Your loyalty as an honorary member of the Moles is acknowledged. Anyway, why are you still standing here, silly? Do you have something to report to the boss of the Moles? Gems? Does that mean he's worth a lot of money?
I'm still stating we could take the eyes off, sell the gems, and you could keep the bear.
Well, of course I'll sell him. If the gems are expensive, Hook can buy a better birthday gift for Daddy. Anyhow, this is super useful intel. If you've been with the Moles a bit longer, I'd be promoting you to third in command right now. I'll need your help again after Natasha fixes June. Always be prepared to answer the call of Pitch Dark Hook the Great.
Alright, can I give Julian the stuff I have? Julian. No wonder Hook made you an honorary member. Thank you, mister. But if everything's sorted, why has Hook been bawling her eyes out? Don't stick your beak into the lady's affairs. You're right, I'm not gonna do it anymore. After all, Fursman problem is the Mole's problem too, and as the Mole's deputy, I really must praise you, a trustworthy honorary member. No, I want to give you the thingy. Why? I want to give him his key and the time capsule and the marbles. That's annoying. Speaking of which, it looks like I got some upgrade materials. Let's... light cone. This one. Alright, back to Hook. Ah, only up to 25, huh? We're working on it. Alright. We got a bunch of achievements. Choose the silent dialogue option 5 times. So we've gotten a bunch of different... Use this dialogue, use that one. Because we've gotten hot-blooded, pessimistic, and now silent. Find all of Julian's items. Oh, so maybe you might have like missed one of them. But I can't give them to him. That's the thing I'm running into. It's like, how do I give him the items? They're his items. Alright, now we're finally back on the main quest. So, we are now returning to the surface. We've sorted out most stuff at the bottom. We've gotten past Svarog. We are now the variable that might change it. And so, Sampo is taking us back to the surface so that we can see if we can find the Stellaron. Spin around. I just got a bunch. Let me check real quick. I do not have enough. Okay. I have 6 pulls right now. I'm trying to see if we can get all the ones I need. Seal's outfit is just so visible. Like, you would think Sampo's would be pretty visible with how red it is, but like this design on the back of Sila's makes it so visible.
Well, my friends, are you ready to head out?
I have a question. I don't know what the question is, but I have one.
Ask away, my friend. I have all the answers you seek.
Let's hear about Gepard.
What else is there to say? You know him as well as I do. He's an upstanding guy, as well as young, handsome, and charming in his lack of charm.
Not the Gapmo.
But to be
Sampo's
honest,
also
I'm not
gotten by
very
it.
close to him. After all, he's an officer and I'm the opposite. Oh, she's quite extraordinary. The renowned rebellious Landau girl. She once had a bright future, but after getting on her leader's bad side, she lost her job. She ended up opening a workshop and playing underground music. I heard that her old man was furious and that only a few younger siblings are still in contact with her.
There's more than one? I thought it was just her and Gepard.
I used to go to her sometimes when I had any mechanical problems above ground, but for various reasons, I don't visit her workshop much anymore.
Either Gepard knows you visit, or were you flirting, Sampo?
It's a passage connecting the underworld and the overworld. A big stone spiral stairway. You know, I don't understand the architect's obsession with making these steps when there is such advanced technology available. Wouldn't an elevator have been better?
Elevators break down. Stairways are a lot harder to do that.
It's easier for you youngsters. For this old guy, the steps of the furnace core are a nightmare on the knees.
How old are you, Sampo?
You haven't heard enough about me, huh? All right. My name is Sampo Koski. I'm a businessman who stands up for justice in his free time. And no, I don't have it in for you. Well, my friends, are you ready to head out?
Yeah, let's go.
Wonderful. Remember to bring enough food and drink to refuel on the way. We have a lot of steps to climb.
Not Sampo sounding like a millennial. Oh.
Mother.
Were her eyes always purple?
I have returned.
For some reason I thought they were blue.
I thought I'd lost you.
For some reason I thought they were blue. Maybe I'm losing it.
Where were you? Are you hurt? I'll fetch the butler right away.
No, there's no need. I don't want to see Sebas right now. Sorry, Mother.
Oh my gosh, is that how you say that? I've always just said Seabass, and that's like the traditional butler name in like all manga for some reason. I was always wondering if it was like a spoof off of Sebastian from Black Butler.
I'm fine, really. I just got into a few skirmishes down in the underworld, but nothing I couldn't handle.
The underworld. Oh, I see. In that case, report everything you saw. Commander Bronya.
After the failed pursuit at Backwater Pass, the wanted outsiders and I were somehow taken to the underworld. Because of the difficult situation we were in, we formed a temporary alliance to help the residents of the underworld resolve a few issues of survival. We also defeated an ancient robot known as Svarog and learned some truths about the Stellaron.
Oh, that's not good.
I'm listening. Go on.
Madame Cacolia, It is my firm belief that the visitors from beyond the sky are not the villains we had imagined before. I witnessed them take up arms in the name of justice and risk their lives for the sake of others. I can also ascertain that they did come for the Stellaron, but only to relieve the disaster it has brought upon Belobog. Mother, you've always known the truth about the Stellaron, haven't you? The responsibility of bearing that truth will fall upon me one day. Such is the burden of being Guardian, to carry these secrets for eternity. So, I ask you to forgive my defiance, but I believe that the order to dispatch the Outsiders was a mistake. To solve the problems brought on by the Stellaron, the architects waited hundreds of years. And those Outsiders may be the... Enough!
It's a little quiet. I apologize for that.
Arrogant. Ignorant. Oh, you disappoint me, Bronya. You merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, and now you think you know everything. You spend a short time with that underworld scum, and suddenly you have the audacity to question my orders?
Her personality's tipped a little bit. Because earlier it was like, I don't want to seal off the underworld because what about all of my citizens underground?
Guards! Take Bronya.
They are not scum. My entire life. Everything you ever kept from me. I remember it clearly now. This time I am standing my ground, Madam Guardian. And please, stop dismissing me with vague excuses. Tell me what you have seen. What exactly it is you are hiding. Why do you send the Silvermane guards to die in the Fragmentum? Why have you abandoned the people of the underworld? And why? Why did you have that sudden change of mind?
I see. I knew this moment would come sooner or later. I just didn't expect it would be so soon.
Her eyes are cut. One second, everyone. I'm getting a knock. If I can turn my mic audio off for... Okay, I know we're right in the middle of a big, like, climactic cutscene, but I need to go catch some chickens. I will be right back. Alright, everyone, I am back. Let me just... Yep, my microphone is back up and running. We were able to catch Henrietta, so all is well on that front. Live. Mic's working. Nothing's muted. Because that would suck if all my commentary was muted from here on out. But everything looks good. Okay. Yeah, so we're right in the middle of the climactic scene. Alright.
You want to know why I gave those orders? Is that right? Do you believe you're ready to learn the truth?
Yes. I am ready. Mother?
Then come with me, Bronya. It is time you heard it. The voice of this dying world.
That's not good. I think at this point you wouldn't trust her and not follow her anywhere.
Ah, we're finally back. I forgot what fresh air tasted like.
Man, it's been a while since I've seen you two. Aren't we missing something? Where's Sampo?
No.
Where's Sampo?
I love that Dan Hung was like, nope, nope, the weasel cat, we don't know him.
Nope. Next question.
Both of them are like, nope.
Where's our next stop? We should find somewhere to put our feet up. As long as it's not Goethe Hotel again.
Classic unreliable Sampo. He probably guessed we'd ask where his hiding place was. No sooner are we back in the administrative district than he sneaks off.
A friend in need is a friend indeed. Let's find Landau. Home is where the heart is. Back to the Express. I feel like the Express would actually be the best option, honestly, because we could see if they've found any way to locate the Stellaron. We could explain what's going on, to ask for some, like, insight.
Where's your sense of loyalty? That would be nice, though. Don Hung, what do you think?
I think it'd be best to pay a visit to Serval Landau.
So, you think we should avoid Gepard for the time being, right?
He's an elite officer of the Silvermane Guards. It wouldn't be easy to get to him. Besides, if he hasn't been persuaded by Branya's letter, we'd be walking right into the Lion's Den.
Makes sense. Guess we better head over to Serval's workshop then?
But we must keep a low profile. We're still wanted fugitives.
What's wrong, Zila?
Nothing. It's just a little... new. The last time I was on the surface, I was still a child. I have no memory of any of this. The overworld and the underworld. We've been cut off for so long. I'm okay. Let's go. There are so many Silvermane guards on patrol. Is it usually like this?
No. I don't remember the security being this tight last time. It might have something to do with us.
Nice.
The Supreme Guardian has probably learned of our arrival already. Bronya.
Yeah, there. Okay, now there are suddenly way more Silvermane guards than there were before. Because last time we were here, there was not nearly this many. It's too bad I already got the wanted posters. I wonder if they would have commented on it if we had... if I had left them until I was back.
And have a look.
If I had waited.
Who is it? Shop's closed today. You'll have to come back tomorrow. I remember. The three outsiders. Wait, why are you still strolling around the city? Do you know the Silvermane guards are looking all over for you? Quick, act natural and get inside. Don't get spotted.
We are the ones having to wait at your door because you're not letting us in. Just open the door.
You'll be safe here.
My workshop has pretty good soundproofing and barely anyone comes in. Just what crime did you commit exactly? They recalled a bunch of guards from the front line to track you down. It's unprecedented. Now they're patrolling the whole city and everyone's in a panic.
Oh, we just...
Not yet, March. Bronya said we could trust you completely.
You mean to say you don't trust me completely?
We met you like 2 days ago.
Good. That's smart of you. But you needn't worry. Kokolia and I aren't even on speaking terms. It was her that ejected me from the Architects.
You were an
I
architect.
refused to stand with her. I don't believe you guys would do anything bad. And the Architects are gonna need conclusive and publicly available evidence for me to think otherwise. Besides, I know the Architects, and if they did have any evidence, they would have released it by now. I know Kokolia's style. Get everyone into a frenzy first. Most people in a frenzy don't stop to ponder the details.
She has a little lightning tattoo on her stomach. What have you been pondering, man?
Me? None. What Kokolia and the Architects get up to has nothing to do with me. My time is too precious for pondering. These days, I just spend my time fixing things in this workshop and playing music. It's a pretty carefree existence. If I'm not careful, I'll start boring you all with sob stories from the past. Let's get back to you guys. If long-lost Bronya told you to come here, you must have something important to tell me. You can trust me. I know our paths have only crossed once before, but my intuition tells me you guys are good people. And I've got good intuition, by the way.
We'll go start to finish. People can only make correct decisions if they have all the details.
Ooh, I'm the best storyteller. Let me.
Try not to embellish the facts.
Telling Cerevel about your time in the underworld and what you know about the Stellaron and showing her Bronya's letter.
So that's what's been happening. No wonder we hadn't heard from Bronya recently. After all these years in isolation and without a single word from below, this is what's become of the underworld? I believe you. There's no way you could have invented all those twists and turns. What's more, we have Miss Seela here as living proof. As for the Stellaron, I know why Bronya got you to find me. When I was still one of the Architects working in the Scientific Research Division, I was researching the Stellaron. I never thought I'd hear that word again after being expelled by the Architects. Come on, I'll tell you everything.
I would like a letter of recommendation from you for Japard as well. You know, because I feel like if we combine you and and Bronya, I will be convincing. I will have 2 letters of character.
Only a very few people in Belobog know of the existence of the Stellaron. Those that do would never associate it with the Fragmentum or Eternal Freeze. But according to the data recorded in that robot, Svarog, the Architects dug out the truth long ago. The research results were purposely hidden away to ensure that the outside world would never know of them. Just my luck. Out of all the research topics I could have chosen, I insisted on the Stellaron. It's clear now that anyone who wanted to get closer to the truth would have been expelled or abandoned. Maybe I should be thanking Kokolia. All she did was push me out. She could have decided to take a more permanent measure. I figured out that the Stellaron and the Fragmentum were linked, so I was already close to the truth. It's a shame that the Architects ejected me before I could discover that the source of the Fragmentum was the Stellaron itself. Before I lost my position, I was applying for permission to survey the Stellaron directly. It was my research topic, but I'd never even set eyes on it. My research was all based on historical data and lab simulations. Not long after I submitted my preliminary report and application, I received my punishment. It was obvious that somebody didn't want my research to continue. Kokolia... It's been so many years since we last spoke. We were great friends once. There was nothing we wouldn't share. She became a completely different person when she took on the Supreme Guardianship. The convictions she once held, her enthusiasm. It was like they were drawn out of her by some mysterious force.
Yep, Stellaron.
She gave the order to expel me herself and refused to see me. I never understood that behavior, and I gave up trying to use logic to work it out a long time ago. Sometimes I even wonder whether she really did become a different person. Is that possible? Perhaps there's a single guardian consciousness that gets handed down from generation to generation. And the real Cocolia has already vanished.
Nope, it's a Stellaron.
Is she being compelled by previous generations of guardians to make such baffling decisions? Who knows? But this might make for good songwriting material.
Again, it's the Stellaron.
Japard? Not a chance. He's a decent guy, but also famously uncompromising.
Again, I would love a character recommendation from you. Between Bronya and you, I think we might be able to chip some of that compromise, some of that uncompromising wall down just a little bit.
For my brother, orders are more important than anything. Even if you stuck Bronya's letter to his forehead, he wouldn't be swayed. You need to choose your words carefully if you want to persuade him of something. It might be best if I talk to him. Though, I'd need a strategy first. Yes, I never observed it directly, but I used lab simulations and outbound surveys to establish a rough location.
Man, we could have avoided so much if we had just asked you where it was. We could have just avoided the entire underworld bit.
According to the survey results, the Stellaron is likely to the north of Belobog, somewhere in the vast snow plains.
We must locate it as soon as possible, ideally before Cocolia takes action. Can you tell us the way?
Not a problem. I was thinking the same thing. But I'm afraid telling you might not be enough. The area to the north of Belobog has been more or less swallowed up by the Fragmentum. If you want to get to the northern snow plains, you'll need to get past the Silvermane Guard restricted zone on the front lines first.
This is where, speaking of which, this is where the second part of the quest for the little girl is.
Even if you get past the restricted zone in one piece, you'll have a whole heap of Fragmentum to deal with.
Excuse me.
Yes, that's where the main force of the Silvermane Guards is stationed. They've consolidated their position there in order to resist the encroaching Fragmentum.
It sounds like the three of us and Zila might not be enough. Why don't we go back underground and get Wildfire to come with us?
Or listen, let me throw something out there. We were dropped down on the planet, right? We go back up to the Express. We have, like, the vague coordinates where the Stellaron is, and then we have them beam us back down, Star Trek style, right in front of it.
I fear we may not have the time.
Hey, enough pessimism. Back in my official capacity days, I spent a lot of time in the north. I got to know the soldiers and officers on the front line very well. This calls for brainwaves, not brawn waves. How about I take you over myself?
Really? Great! Phew. It's less scary if someone you know is leading the way.
I want to see the Stellaron too, you know. It was my research topic for over a decade. You don't get that many decades in life.
Yeah, but you're stating that you were best friends with Cocolia, which usually means that you're within, like, a decade or so of their age. But at the same time, the child, Bronya, was taken in to be guardian when she was a child, but at that time Cocolia was already guardian, which means that you said you were friends with her before she became guardian, so that means that you were already an adult researcher, unless you were a child researcher, when Bronya was a child and went through all of Child's adult years. So how old are you is my question.
That's settled then. There's no time to lose. We should head out as soon as you're ready.
I am ready now. I have all my side quests done. Look. We're just missing this one, but that's due to personal preference, not because of... I can't do it.
Darn it! I forgot my brother said he'd be around today.
Hide?
Find somewhere to hide, quick! I'll handle him.
Now the question is, are we
Jakar!
hiding
It's
well?
you! I didn't think you'd have the time to visit with things so tense on the front line.
Oh man, she's bad at improvising.
Things are manageable. The latest wave of monster attacks has slowed. I'm back in the city to take care of a few matters, but I'll be back on the front line later. I thought I told you.
Ah! Oh, yes. That's right.
Sis, you look a bit pale. Did something happen?
No. Why would anything have happened?
You don't normally use my full name.
You said you hate it when I call you bro in public. Well, I agree. It'd sound better if I started using your full name. Right, Brosif?
You can call me whatever you like. Look, Serval, I'm here on official business today. There's something wrong with the barrier generator device, and the engineers in our unit don't know how to fix it. I need you to take a look.
Why does that feel like it's got Sampo's paw prints all over it? He's like distracting the guards.
Those guys can't think outside the box. Of course they can't wrap their heads around my design.
See, look, tattoo.
I thought it was something big. Leave it here. I'll take a look.
Sorry to trouble you.
Why are you being so polite? Oh, and why is the city under curfew all of a sudden? Has something happened?
I've been instructed to keep it quiet.
Lil Jeppy. So grown up now, looking down on his civilian sister.
Don't say that. Forget it. If I don't tell you, Pela will. Last night, Lady Bronya suddenly appeared. She entered Klapoth Fort without saying anything to anyone. The Supreme Guardian is worried that the 3 intruders may have followed Bronya out of the Fragmentum and back into the administrative district. She issued a curfew for the entire city and ordered us to pursue and capture any suspicious individuals.
Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder I haven't heard from Bronya. Is she alright?
I'm not sure. She hasn't left Klapoth Fort. The Supreme Guardian just said she'd returned. Nothing more.
You should supposedly have a letter.
Well, I was sure worried about her. After she disappeared, Pela's workload doubled. She said she barely had time to go out.
She really does tell you everything. Oh, by the way, I left my Goethe Hotel limited edition flask behind last time I was here. Let me have a look for it. I think I left it over...
Oh, that's not good.
Wait!
What is it? You seem pretty off today, Serval.
It's, right. You remember how you neglected all those flowers to death? I piled them all over there during a bit of spring cleaning, and now they smell terrible. So, don't go over there.
Seems like a strange reason not to take a look. Plus, am I supposed to believe you were spring cleaning? You must be up to more forbidden research.
Am not? How dare you? What do you take your sister for?
Never mind. This is your space, and I shouldn't intrude. I've got business to take care of. Bye for now.
I mean, he's very polite for a little brother. Very stiff.
Hey, wait a sec. Those intruders. I wanted to ask, what crime have they committed?
They're plotting to overthrow the architects and bring harm to the city.
All right, where's your proof?
Huh. Reminds me of the accusations against me. Cocolia's methods haven't changed.
Don't say that, Serval. I know that you're still nursing a grievance against the Supreme Guardian, but this isn't a joking matter.
You're telling me off again? Fine. Whatever, bro. You better be going. Come listen to Pela in my next rehearsal.
I will, if I have the time.
He's so stiff when he's turning.
The coast is clear. You can come out now. Huzzah!
get around to this side.
Phew, I nearly suffocated. What kind of plot device was that?
I almost lost my cool when he went for his flask.
This is bad. Bronya's in danger. We have to go save her.
Attempting to storm Klipoth Fort by ourselves? Forget it, Zila. I don't care how skilled you are, I'm not sending you on a suicide mission. Rest assured, Cocolia may have changed over the years, but she never hurt Bronya. I'm certain of that.
You sound like Bronya herself. I don't get it. You guys are against Cocolia, and yet in some ways, you seem to trust her completely.
So, are we gonna run into Japard?
Didn't you hear him? He said he needs to take care of a few matters in the city first. If we're fast enough, we can stay out of his way. Come on, let's go to the restricted zone. If we can get ahead of the curve and find the Stellaron, Cocolia will be out of options.
Alright, speaking of which, are we getting closer to this one? It says the return, so nope.
Is Bronya really safe?
You care about her, huh? You must have become close friends.
Close is a bit much, but I made her a promise.
Relax. She's the strongest girl I've ever seen.
I can believe that.
Oh, they've jacked up security all right. How the heck are we gonna sneak in? Serval, we need one of those brainwaves.
Leave it to me. Stick close, guys, and don't get spotted.
I'm literally right in front of them. Exactly how am I not going to get spotted? Alright, what are we looking at? 10 treasure chests, 9 treasure, 1 warp trotter. Got it. I don't... Like, literally, how are we not gonna get spotted? They're right here.
This is a military base. Trespassers aren't allowed in. Wait, isn't that... Ha! Serval! Long time no see.
Well, if it isn't Franz. Long time no see. You still watching the entrance?
Well, you see, you haven't changed, Serval. Still nailing us to the wall. So, what brings you over here at this hour? And who are the guys behind you?
My brother said the restricted zone energy lines were malfunctioning. Told me it was urgent. He doesn't trust those contracted maintenance workers. So, he got me in for free. These guys are my assistants. We need to overhaul all the installations here.
I didn't hear anything about the energy lines malfunctioning.
Oh, please. This is a technology division issue. Why would they tell you guys? Come on, let us in already. If the heating system goes down in the middle of the night, are you gonna be responsible for all the frozen corpses?
No, that's, not something I could handle. Seeing as you're Captain Japard's sister, it should be fine. Okay, here are some temporary passes. Oh, and remember to give them back to me when you leave.
Thanks, Franz. I'll put in a good word for you with my brother and get him to promote you.
No, Captain Japard hates all that under-the-table stuff. I'd have a better chance if you don't mention me at all.
Alright. Treasure.
Looks good.
Something to read. We're just gonna go over here. I don't need any of that. Oh, listen.
I'm aware that there are those among you who see the reserve units as a vacation. Well, let me set one thing straight. You are gravely mistaken.
The guy with the shield is an enemy we haven't fought before.
This is the restricted zone. The fragmentum before you conceals monsters that watch your every move. Behind us, we have a band of conspirators that have infiltrated the city. The situation is critical. The lazy and undisciplined among you will lose your lives to the forces surrounding us. As such, starting from today, we will be adding 200 bench presses and 30 extra minutes of one-arm planks to our daily drill. Is that clear? Yes, sir.
That sucks.
See? That was easy.
You're Japard's sister, all right.
I don't want people to see me that way.
Nope.
Do you see that mechanical gear bridge? When you cross over to the other side, you arrive at Hell on Earth. They do. The architects believe that Hell can exist on any world. A plight that will inevitably come to be without intervention. In the future, a terrible catastrophe will arrive. If, under Klapoth, the Preservation's guidance, we fail to construct a barrier, that catastrophe will sweep away the stars, plunging all worlds into Hell. That's the belief of the architects. But for us, Hell is an endless fragmentum, a few exhausted Silvermane guards, and the stench of death in the air. If we want to progress further north, we will need to cross that Hell. Are you ready?
I am.
Right on! I'm stealing that.
Let's go then. First, we need to think of a way to get to the other side. I helped set the underlying mechanisms for this type of gear bridge. It's controlled via different terminals in combination. Let's go find them.
I feel like moving them around, though, is going to attract a lot of attention, though.
Is Japard on frontline duty a lot?
Yes, but what made you ask that all of a sudden?
It's so dangerous. Don't you worry about him?
He's a Landau.
That means nothing to us.
Mechanical Fever released a new song. Did you hear it?
Oh, I sure did. Palo was on lead vocals this time. Scared me half to death. It's a completely different style.
Even Mechanical Fever is changing. Rock and roll's dead. There's no audience anymore.
Don't be so pessimistic. They're just keeping things fresh. I thought Palo was pretty good.
Alright, I need to turn down the background volume a little bit. It's sometimes hard to hear the people talking, because I have voices maxed out, so... Can I walk? I cannot. Alright, that's gonna start moving things. Oh, beat up robots. Treasure. Oh, one of these. Well, that doesn't help. There we go. Ooh. Whoop-de-doo. We got some more stellar jade. Huzzah. Actually, let's take a look. Ah, not quite there yet.
Nope. This terminal's offline. We can't control it from here.
So what's the plan?
Look for another. Every platform linked to the gear bridge should have a similar terminal.
I never would have guessed that Japard and you were brother and sister.
I can't say I blame you. We're nothing alike in personality or interests. In our family, we have a strong military tradition going back generations. Many a Landau has died in their prime. There's not a lot of brother and sister time.
There's a monster.
Everyone just does their
Or a
best to
robot.
get on with their life.
Or a robot of some form. Mini boss.
Darn! Can't activate it. It seems like someone severed the energy supply to the terminals. Huh. You know, the more I think about it, the more it seems deliberate. With the front line on high alert, they must have rotated the bridge to make it impassable. Then they cut off the energy supply to the terminals to avoid accidental repositioning. Or to prevent deserters from escaping. That way, even if the front line were to collapse, the Fragmentum monsters wouldn't be able to make it to the other side.
Bronya was right. The Silvermane guards really are risking their lives to protect Belobog.
Just my conjecture, but I doubt it's far from the truth. My brother mentioned that they've had to use extreme measures to repel the Fragmentum monsters. Let's press on. We can't activate either of these terminals, so let's look for the energy supply installation itself.
Aren't you the maintenance people? What are you doing over here? You can't just go wherever you please in the restricted zone. Get to work!
Okay, and I can't get to the other side yet. I think I picked up something to read. Let me see. Yeah, I did. Alright, Oath of the Silvermane Guards. Yeah, it's just an oath of servitude to Belobog and its people. Okay. Well, I feel like that's gonna be something we have to sneak around later. Let's see. We're not gonna touch those yet until I have looked around everywhere. That's the next plot point. Got that. No. Okay. What? Am I crazy? I swear there was like a disc right here. What? Alright.
Did you hear Malik is being reassigned? Seems like both the front line and the city are short-handed right now.
Seriously? No way. I thought Malik had only just been promoted.
Mysterious. Feels like something big's about to go down.
As long as it's away from the front line, I'd happily be reassigned. It's only been a year since I enlisted. I'm not ready to lose my life.
You make it sound terrible. Good luck preserving anything with those idlers in the reserve units. Our purpose as Silvermane Guards is to protect the citizens of Belobog.
Give me this. Feel like we're definitely gonna have to sneak around later. So while we are still on good terms with everyone, it's better just to raid all the stash now. We'll come back that way.
You! Hold it right there. This is a military base. Temporary workers aren't allowed in.
Aw, darn. So I can't go that way? Shoot. I won't be able to explore over there for now. Alright, I think I have seen everything, so let's go here now.
That's it! The thing's shaped like a giant iron ball.
And it's behind a gate. What are the odds?
Its formal name is the Mechanism Energy Hub. It's connected to all the energy lines. I would have thought it covers the entire restricted zone.
No wonder it's so heavily guarded.
One unit for everything? That's a disaster waiting to happen. We learned the hard way.
As long as we can gain access permissions to the hub, we can operate the gear bridge terminals. That's why I told them we were here for urgent maintenance. The frontline equipment needs servicing just as much as the rest.
So that's why you went for maintenance. Way to go, Serval. I thought you just came up with it on the spot.
Come on, let's see if that guard over there will let us pass.
Yo, evening, soldier.
Are you the emergency engineers? I saw you guys hanging around. Did you find the problem?
Not yet. Everything looks normal so far. I think the problem is stemming from the energy hub. If you let us in, we can do a routine service inspection. I've worked on various iterations of this type of installation.
No. No can do. No one gets near the energy hub without the security captain's encryption key.
Not even the Supreme Guardian?
The Supreme Guardian? Hey, no games, you hear? No dice without the encryption key.
Ah, darn. This guy's not stupid.
You need the encryption key, right? Which captain should I bother then?
Captain Dunn's resting up ahead. Go and find him. If he grants you permission, I won't stand in your way.
Done? Why didn't you say so? No problem, we'll be back in a bit.
Okay. Oh, there's a chest in there too. I just realized we don't have a stamina bar. How nice. We can sprint as much as we want.
Hey, Done! It's been a while. I didn't know you made security captain.
Serval, it's been a long time. You're still so... You look good.
Allow me to introduce my assistants to you. They help me take care of business at the workshop. Everyone, this is Captain Dunn, an old friend of mine. He used to be an ace on the keys in the band.
Oh, you play rock and roll too? Cool!
Pleased to meet you.
Oh, hello.
Oh, what's that weird smell?
Zachary! How many days has it been since you showered?
I showered right before my shift.
What did you say?
I haven't showered in 2 days, sir.
Unacceptable, especially in front of visitors. Apologies for the embarrassment, all.
It's definitely not having to walk around in that heavy armor.
It's not a big deal, Dunn. You know, if you get a chance, would you want to get on stage with us again? My keyboard guy is pretty good, but I still miss our military days playing in the band.
That was a long time ago, Serval. I haven't touched a keyboard in ages. Besides, I'm stationed here all year round. I'm afraid I don't get many chances to return to the city. Though I don't stand on ceremony. How may I assist you? If everything's in order, you'd better head back to the city. It's not safe here.
I've checked the lines. There don't seem to be any major problems. All that's left is the energy hub. The guard over there said that I needed an encryption key to open the gate. Can you help me out? Anything wrong done?
Sorry, Serval, but can you tell me what Captain Japard told you?
Uh-oh.
Huh? Oh, let me think. Hey, sis, the energy supply lines in the restricted zone have malfunctioned. Those useless engineers can't find the problem. Something like that?
And may I ask, when did he contact you?
This morning? Yeah, that's right. He's on urban patrol duty today, right? That's why he popped round and asked the favor.
Aha. Captain Japard just returned to the front line. I could reconfirm with him?
Huh? Hold up, he's back? That can't be, he was...
You haven't changed, Serval. You're still a lousy liar.
We're gonna have to fight our way out.
These people you've brought, they're not workshop assistants, right? Serval, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you should remember that I'm a Belobog Silvermane guard. How about this? You can leave, and I won't tell anyone about this incident. But the outsiders must remain.
There goes the negotiation.
We're gonna have... Serval, you should leave.
I brought you guys here, and I'm standing with you till the end. Done. This concerns the fate of Belobog. No, the fate of our whole world. Please, don't stand in our way.
Serval! We used to rehearse together every day. You must understand. My rock and roll soul is to uphold the dignity of a soldier.
Fight, 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 fight. Alright.
Move carefully.
Son, show no mercy.
Move carefully.
Well, these guys aren't.
There's
very
no time
powerful.
to lose. Conflict is sinuous.
Let's make it quick. Hope you're prepared.
It's kind of funny using Dripard on the Silverman guards.
On my mark! Here stands the Silvermane Guard!
Let's go.
Oof, that hurt.
In the name of Landau, a will forged in ice never falters!
The truth of life and death.
The sanctuary is but a vision! Break! This ends here.
Too late to repent.
Follow my charge.
Let's make it quick.
And he's out. Time to take the encryption key and bail.
Serval? Why?
I'm sorry, Dunn. Time for a little nap.
He's just unconscious. Don't worry.
Stubborn fool. Strong, though. Wildfire lacks people like him.
Got it. The encryption key. Quick, before we attract attention, let's...
Uh-oh, the alarm's been sounded.
I think we attracted attention.
That's the enemy attack alarm. Every Silvermane guard in the reserve zone just became our enemy.
Come on, let's take him out.
We've made it up till now. I could lose an arm and a leg for all I care. I have to lay eyes on the Stellaron. Quick, back to the energy supply hub. Anyone that tries to stop us is gonna find out a thing or two.
If I'd known he had the encryption key from the start, I could have snuck in and taken it off him myself.
Time to beat up all the guards.
The sanctuary is but a vision! Break!
Here is thunder! Show no mercy!
Rules are made to be broken!
It either states that we're like really powerful, or like it's concerning how weak the guards are. Alright. Yeah, there's no really like good way to do this, so we might as well just keep going forward.
The sanctuary is but a vision! Break!
Here is thunder!
Is that all? It'll heal. A will forged in ice never falters!
Alright, since we are at like getting close to the 3.5 hour mark, I will probably go until, unless this gets real juicy, I'll probably go until we get to the next story chapter arc, and then we're just gonna sneak around until we get to the next chapter arc, and then I'll call it a day.
Here is thunder! Is that it?
Rules are made to be broken!
So we're getting closer to actually being done finally with Belobog.
Conflict is pitiless!
I am on episode 12 maybe now, and we are still in Belobog.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Alright, make sure we get out of the view of
We're in.
any other guards.
Oh, it's open! Oh, thank you, Dunn!
Alright. Let me get this. Alright.
Give me some time. Who designed this operating system? It's so unintuitive. Emergency fire evacuation system? Not that. Rock and roll dance floor atmosphere mode? Who the heck added that? And they used one of my songs! Your bridge control terminal. Still found it. That's it. I've reset the energy system. Let's go and operate the gear bridge terminal.
Serval, won't more Silvermane guards be waiting for us on the other side of the gear bridge?
Yup.
Smack him in the back with the baseball bat.
The sanctuary is but a vision. Break! Here is thunder.
I wonder if I should go and
Show no
explore the
mercy.
rest of the zone. Because we could go to that area I wasn't able to get to now. Because obviously this area is the one we're going to, but I didn't get this area. Well, let's go.
Keep at it.
Ooh, I did not mean to do that. Oh, wait, I cleared out the guards on this side, so let's go on this side first. Let's grab these two guys, since we can fight them now.
Conflict is pitiless.
A will forged in ice never falters!
Here is thunder.
Rules are made to be broken.
Okay. Let's see. Can we unlock it? No. There we go. It's supposed to be like, if they're not. Let's see. Interesting. That one has to be like that. So that one has to be like that. 'Cause otherwise... Oh, so it needs two. Like that. Okay. We can't unlock it yet because of whatever reason. I will take another 20 stellar jade. That gets us to either, I've already lost track, is it 6 or 7? 7! We are getting closer. It looks like we got something on here. Nice. Got all of those now. Alright, back to the story. Now that we've maxed out all the map we can currently do. Oh, give me that. Since we're about to fight the mini-boss.
I'm with you.
I commend. This will strengthen our position.
And then let me get this too. Alright, mini-boss. Let's rumble.
Careful. There's a big guy up ahead.
There's no other way. We'll have to fight.
If we can beat Svarog, we can beat this one. Let's go.
Time to rumble. Probably can't. Yep, about done.
Move carefully.
I was not trying to hit
Follow
him.
my
The
charge.
truth of life and death, revealed in the sanctuary, is but a vision. Break!
Here is thunder.
There's no time to lose.
A foregone conclusion. Let's go. Fighting is meaningless. The truth of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision. Break! Let's make it quick.
Nice, nice. Sorry I get quiet during the fights.
caught them
I'm
unawares.
concentrating heavily.
Energy restored. System online. Certification enabled. Come on, come on! Percent. 65%. 85%. We did it. We've gained access to the gear bridge. Let's move. Perfect. Okay. We need to get to the front line.
We could have a problem. Your brother may be there.
He probably is. Hopefully we don't bump into him, but if we do, we'll just have to try and talk to him.
Are you sure you can convince him?
I've probably got a 30% chance. Or less.
Meaning it could end in a fight.
Haven't you noticed yet? Most of our convincing ends in a fight.
We need to be sure, Serval. If we can't reach a common understanding with your brother, will you stand with us?
Of course. My word is my bond. I said that I'd stand with you to the end, and I won't go back on that promise.
Before our next expedition, I need Himeko to teach me some negotiation skills. Beating people up all the time is cramping my elegance.
I haven't fought with Japard since he enlisted. He could never beat me when we were little, but now...
Let me just take a gander at the map. Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything. There might be like a treasure chest on the side, but I can't get to it currently. I'd need to rotate it another time to be able to get over there to check. Well, if we have to fight him, I currently am also Japard, so... Turn clockwise? Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, so that I could check to see if there was anything over here. I hear a chest. And that gate is not unlocked yet, but we will leave it as such for now. Yeah, I knew I had heard a chest. So that's probably, there'll be another area or something that will put us there, or it just unlocks. And we can just teleport over here now, so we don't have to rotate this thing, and we can teleport over there. So there's no need to rotate it any further from this position. Because we can also teleport over here with this one. Oh, he's right at the front, isn't he?
Serval. It really is you.
He's probably feeling a lot of betrayal right now.
Wait, Japard, listen to me.
When the sentry reported to me, I thought there must have been a misunderstanding. The enemy alarm had to be unrelated to your entry into the restricted zone. Perhaps the intruders had taken you hostage. And yet...
I'm so sorry, but it's the fate of your planet.
Step away from the intruders, Serval. Walk over slowly and stand behind me. You're different from them.
Why? Just because she's from our planet? Your planet? Oh god.
I'm sorry. We have an understanding. I stand with them. Give me a few minutes, just a few. I'll explain every...
Enough, Serval. Have you forgotten where we are? We Landaus ought to know this place better than anywhere. The outer reaches of the front line against the Fragmentum. Belobog's most strategic protective fortress. Every Silvermane guard here, every person here, is ready to sacrifice themselves. Ready to spill their blood for Belobog at a moment's notice. Yet here you are, leading fugitives into the restricted zone. Attacking my Silvermane comrades in arms. Hijacking the energy hub. Are you really worthy of the Landau name?
I've never understood people's obsessions with their last names. Like, who gives a shit?
Why do you think I've come here? We found a way to dispel the eternal freeze, to seal the fragmentum. It might be the only lifeline this world has left.
If that were true, why wouldn't you report to Madame Cocolia? Why would you sneak into the restricted zone and create chaos?
You don't understand. The one preventing us from getting close to the truth is Cocolia herself.
You have all seen the Supreme Guardian in person. Do you think you can act as you please because she didn't recognize your version of events?
Listen to me, Gepard. The origin and spread of the Fragmentum is linked to the Stellaron. The meteorite in the Architect's records,
I know about the Stellaron. It's exactly what the fugitives behind you are seeking. But the Madam Guardian has already revealed the truth to me. These people have ulterior motives, Serval. They want to steal this treasure from the Architects.
This treasure is the thing causing the eternal freeze. Of course we're taking it.
The Madam Guardian has warned me before that you were indulging in fantasy. That you'd been exposed to forbidden knowledge. And that you would bring destruction down upon Belobog. I believe you, Serval. I believe you think you're acting with loyalty to the people. It's just...
Yeah, but it's the exact opposite. You believe that you are acting with loyalty to the people, when really you are the one standing in the way of these people's survival.
Guards, formation. Arrest these people. We could be inundated with Fragmentum monsters at any moment. We have no time to waste on them.
The forbidden is only forbidden to conceal the truth within. Cocolia's afraid that we'll seize on this knowledge, that the truth will spread far and wide. To save the world, we must risk it. I've said my piece. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Regardless, you should know by now your sister's never been one to back down. If there's something or someone you can't abide, you should stand up and resist. And if there's something you uphold, you should uphold it to the very end.
It's better to die on your feet than to live on your knees. Let's beat him up. Take his knees.
For the judge. You are charged with sabotaging the Silvermane Guard restricted zone. In my capacity as captain, I hereby order that these fugitives be arrested. This isn't like our childhood game, Serval. You won't get any leniency from me.
Same to you.
The barrier hasn't been fixed yet. Don't try and be a hero, Gepard.
Didn't I tell you? All our negotiations end in combat.
I like that it's fragmenting around our face. That's fun. Okay, we get to fight. I have lots of things in prep.
Rules are made to be broken!
Oh, that is so slow. We're just gonna speed that up.
In the name of Landau, a will
Make
forged
sure
in
I get
ice never falters!
My own shield up.
Show no mercy.
Move carefully.
Here, there's thunder.
Let's make it quick.
Got the add-ons.
Too late to repent.
He's not weak to this, so we will get some energy back. He is weak to this.
Hope you're prepared.
Freeze him. No. That is unfortunate. I have shields. They are your own shields. It's kind of funny.
There's no time
The
to
truth of life and death. Sanctuary.
But he's probably gonna have multiple, he's probably gonna have multiple health bars, like Starog did. So we will not assume this is the end of this.
Never.
Never mind.
This guy knows how to put up a fight. I've never come up against anyone this relentless.
He just won't go down.
He's as stubborn as I am. It could be an argument or a fight. He'll do both to the death. That's why he bugs the heck out of me. That's enough, Japard. Take a look around you. You're the last man standing.
Even if I am, I won't yield.
We don't need you to yield.
We don't want you to yield through force of arms. That wouldn't be a victory for us.
Yeah, our goal is the same as yours, Serval's and Branya's. We just want to preserve this world. There's no reason to turn against each other.
Japard, brother, surely now you can see the need for pragmatism. Even if you don't believe my outsider friends, you should believe me. Maybe I've wasted your trust. In which case, believe Branya.
Lady Bronya?
Telling Japard everything you know and showing him Branya's letter. Oh, I thought Branya sent Japard the letter.
There's nothing more to say, Japard. The decision is yours.
As a captain of the Silvermane Guards, I am duty-bound to carry out the orders of the Supreme Guardian.
Do I have to fight him again? Final answer? Please don't fight us again.
But Lady Bronya is the commanding officer for the front lines. According to military protocol, if the frontline directives of the commanding officer clash with those of the architects behind the lines, a soldier must remain at their post and
we love
await further
loopholes.
directives.
We love loopholes. Thank you. Ugh. He would be blushing in any other situation.
For the Silvermane Guards, the Guardian's orders are paramount and absolute. But there is something of equal importance in the oath we take.
The people of Belobog.
If we lose the people, we lose the reason for our existence. Our fight with the Fragmentum monsters is for the sake of preservation. But our fight with you? I fail to see the purpose. If you are truly able to prevent our endlessly unfolding misfortunes, then the people of Belobog are indebted to you. But if you are using lies to mask your true intentions, using my sister and Bronya for your own ends, I swear by Klapoth that I will carry out your punishment without an ounce of mercy.
They're not lying. I promise you.
You must be Zila. You are a skilled fighter. Your combat style is nothing like that of the guards.
Regardless of what you believe, these guys have been a great help to the underworld. Many people would vouch for them.
I need to go back and get character references. It's very important for my resume.
I'm sure. If you want to advance further northward, you must traverse an area entirely corroded by the Fragmentum. It's the only way to get to the snow plains on the other side. The guards can give you some time before the next wave of attacks is upon us.
We made it! I don't know what just happened. It looked like it was trying to load something, and then it just failed to load said thing. I have 8 out of 10, so we're only missing 1 treasure chest and a... Oh, that's the little girl's quest. Yes. And the Warp Trotter. I wonder if I can go get that area real fast. Oh wait, I probably just... Are you gonna attack me? No. Alright, so I probably just... I could have probably talked to them. Oops. Is it restricted still? Hey, it's not. Okay, cool. Alright, can I go in now? I can. Leave no stone unturned before leaving an area. Get all the upgrade materials. Soldiers stay silent. Okay, so this is a new section. Cool. We will clear out the area and then we will... I'll probably call it a day because there's only 15 minutes left. Yeah, so another box puzzle looking area. Mysterious woman. This is the lady who was like clutching her head. I wonder if the little girl is the child then. Her kid and her husband took the mysterious medicine and then suffered death, so I wonder if the little kid is the child. It reeks of rust and soot here. I don't like it one bit. But Mr. Stefan... No, her brother was named Vash, said that this is my responsibility too. If I just do as he says, I'll earn everyone's respect to be able to live a good life. But where should I start? What is it that I'm looking for? I can't think of anything. Nothing. I need his help. Oh, is it the little girl? Are you... Have we met before? Sorry. My head is not in a good place. I can't remember much of anything at all, and I'm not able to think a lot. Have you been trapped by your box again? Trapped? I'm quite confused right now, and I can't really understand. Mr. Stefan said I don't have to make hard choices on my own, so if it's an important enough occasion, then he'll be there for me, so I'll just wait. She may appear to be an adult, but her mind seems to be just as muddled as before. Is the person she's been waiting for this whole time called Stefan? It doesn't look like he's shown up yet. Perhaps I can try and help her again. Let's clear out the boxes. I don't know. Thank you. I don't usually accept help from strangers, so I don't really know how to show my thanks. But I really am grateful to you. These boxes, I don't know what connection they have with me, and I can't take my eyes off them. And I can't figure out what they mean. Maybe by solving this puzzle... No, I can't get my hopes up. Mr. Stefan said to forget about any unrealistic expectations. Everything must be fought and won by ourselves. I'll wait for you here. I'm not going anywhere. Well, I kind of want to do the puzzle. Since it's a puzzle, we'll just do it now. It's fine. Oh, we're still doing it with the little kids. Okay, let's push this one. And we'll push that one. Let's push it again. Okay, I can only push forward, it seems. Push that one. Push it again. We're gonna push that one up. And push that one that way. Can't. There's no angle I can get to it. Oh, okay. If the kid's out of the way, I can get to that spot. Good to know. Alright. I have rescued the children.
Well done.
I think we're gonna do this 3 times, right?
A little goes a long way.
Has anything changed? I think I can remember something. I saw people, lots and lots of people. They're gathered in a clearing, and they're all looking up at something. It's me. They're looking at me. Mr. Stefan is there, and he's with me. My sister's not there. I really wish she were. Wait, I think I can hear a voice. A voice coming out of the crowd. They're saying bad things, complaining, grumbling, and cursing. These bad words seem to be aimed at me. They don't like me. They despise me. And they even hate me. I don't understand. But Mr. Stefan is holding my hand. He's smiling. He's always smiling at me. He says everything will get better, and there's nothing to worry about. I trust him, because he's never lied to me before. Those bad words don't matter. All I care about is his voice. And then darkness. All I can remember are these flashbacks. Other than that, it's total darkness. But at least I've got something back. Does this prove that what you did actually worked? Should we go again? I I can feel the power trapping me, coming nearer again. It's coming, one step at a time, to wrap me in darkness once again. You blink, and then... she's gone? Oh, nope. The boxes reappear, just like how they did at the Backwater Pass. I can't break this cycle. I don't know what to do. I can't feel the past. I can't see the future. I seem to be drifting alone in a blizzard, surrounded by nothing but darkness. But I still want to get out of my own memory. I want to get my own memories back, even if it's just a few tiny pieces. At least I feel a little bit better having recovered those fragments. Thank you, stranger. I can place my trust in people now. Would Mr. Stefan be happy if he knew about this? Alright, we got boxes. Okay. I want to see the rest of the board. Okay. Let's move this one all the way over here. That's not helpful. Maybe push this one up. Push this one up. Rescue the child so it gets out of my way. Push this one over. Let's push this one up fully. Okay. Rescue this child. And we'll move this one over. This one up. That was a bad decision. Oops. I have just messed this up terribly. Oh no. I have to restart. Should not have done that way. Okay. Alright, small child. Alright, push that. Push that. Push this. Push this again. Push it again. Rescue the child here. Push this out of the way. Now. Okay.
Well done.
Thank you, good sir. I remember. Finally, I can remember my identity, my past, what I'm looking for. It shrunk up into a ball. It's hard to untangle it all, so I'll have to pull at each memory one by one. I think I can do it, all on my own. Who are you? I am... sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't risk my privacy like this. I know you mean no harm, and I do trust you, but Mr. Stefan said... he said... I'm sorry, I just can't. If you can, please remove the name Krill from your memory, too. Just pretend. Pretend we've never even met. What are you looking for? It's just this thing. I betrayed Mr. Stefan's trust. He put so much trust into me, but I couldn't even do this one simple thing. I'm trying to fix everything and make amends, or else... Are you good? No, thank you. Your involvement should probably end here. I'm sorry, I didn't want to offend, say to you that I have all these precious memories back, but this is also for your sake. If we exchange too much information, if I say something I shouldn't, then Mr. Stefan will definitely... I'm sorry. I know you put a lot of time into helping me and you deserve an answer, but I just can't share this with you. I don't want to see you get caught up in a bad business like this. I don't want to see a good person get hurt. So... let's stop here. I'll remember your kindness, but please, try to forget about all this. All about me. Krill wants me to forget about everything and says she doesn't want me to get hurt. I know Sampo said it's possible all this is just an illusion created by the Fragmentum, but she sounds all too real to me. In any case, let's report this to the security personnel responsible for the restricted zone. And they'll come see that there's no one here. But I want to get this quest done today so that tomorrow, if we unlock the last part, I will be able to do it without having to wait. Oh my gosh, it's so far away. I should have just teleported, honestly. Mr. Dunn. You came, even though we've faced off against each other before. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. My name's Dunn, and I serve under Captain Gepard, and I am the current head of the Military Restricted Zone. Gepard's already instructed me to give outsiders like yourself free access here in the Restricted Zone. If you get into any trouble around here, let me know, and I'll remedy it for you. I'm sorry I was a little rough. Are you talking about that time you and Serval broke into the Restricted Zone? Let's not mention it. I was just carrying out my orders at the time. Since Captain Gepard has already acknowledged your identities, naturally, I didn't have to make things difficult back then. But at the time, I really thought you guys were going to kill me. Serval, can't believe she had the heart to do that to me. Anyway, let bygones be bygones. The fight actually made us closer, right? Not anything right now. If I do, I'll get right in touch with you. After all this chit-chat, it's time for me to get back to work. And anything else you'd like to ask, I'll do my best to answer. A strange woman. Are you sure it wasn't someone from the logistics team or the scientific research division? Tell me what you found. If necessary, I'll immediately send some Silvermane guards over to investigate. Tell Dunn about your encounter with Krill. A strange woman spouting nonsense and armory boxes just popping out of thin air. Sounds utterly outrageous, but then again, it doesn't seem that strange coming from you. There, it's a warehouse stacked with old abandoned ammo. Nobody really goes by there at all. But to tell the truth, I've heard a few weird rumors in my time. Anyway, I think I get the gist of the situation. I'll send some Silvermane guards over to investigate things thoroughly and give the warehouse a once-over, all the same. Do you know a man named Stefan? Stefan? No, never heard of him. Have you got some business with him? Anything I can help out with? Can you help me look into who he is? No problem. I'll send someone to check the Silvermane Guard roster. Anyway, thanks for your contribution to maintaining order here in the Restricted Zone, outsider. I'll give you a heads up as soon as I hear anything. Nice. Okay, so this area's cleared out. We've done all this. Let's go back over here and see if we can open that door now. Oop, not that way. And then we will move forward. And probably to a new area. Let's see. Nope, door's still locked. Okay. I'm just gonna teleport back because I'm lazy like that. Alright. Oh, Sela's still here. Cool.
I gotta admit, I had a lot of misunderstandings about the Silvermane guards. They're fighting for survival here every day, just like Wildfire. The difference is we're making a stand for freedom, while they're just carrying out orders. Put ourselves in their shoes? Easier said than done. Everyone has their struggles. But how can we understand them if we can't even see each other?
It is a big issue. Seeing visual bias is a really big issue. It's like, as long as you don't see a problem, you can very easily ignore it or pretend it doesn't exist at all. That's why people are more willing to donate for their local communities than they are for outside communities that are having it worse off, because they can see the issues in their local community and potentially it has the higher chance of affecting them because it's close by, versus an outside community that might need more assistance, but since it doesn't directly affect us and also is not within our visual range, we're less likely to help them.
Of course I do. I've understood them for a while now. But as far as I can tell, she doesn't need other people's understanding. She needs to understand her own heart.
That is true.
It's the same with Gepard. I could tell it took a lot for him to lay down his arms. I think I can already hear the storm on the other side of the city walls. Not a reassuring sound.
I like that they have cannons.
I hope Serval's right. That supreme lunatic better not have harmed Bronya.
Get your wife. That sounded so awkward, but yeah, get your waifu.
You see? Brothers and sisters need to have a scrap once in a while to get back on good terms. Enough apologizing. My ears can't take anymore. Honestly, this would have happened sooner or later. You just gave me an excuse to bring everything forward. What's wrong with a bit of violent coexistence between siblings? Seems pretty normal to me.
From what I've heard from siblings, I am not one of them. That seems to be true.
I'm pulling your leg. Since I left the military, my brother and I have always steered clear of certain sensitive topics. Thinking about it, perhaps he's just been looking out for my feelings, shielding me all along. Knowing my temper, my brother almost certainly went to great lengths on many occasions for me. I should be thanking him. Let's do this. I may never have come face to face with it, but this Stellaron cost me a nice, stable job. It's time to get even.
Maybe you can get it back once we take it down.
Actually, I have another selfish motive. I want to prove to Cocolia that I was right. Once we've taken care of the Stellaron, maybe she'll go back to how she was.
I'm a little bit concerned that might not happen, considering we've proven with the monster armor boxer that close contact with anything from the fragmentum slowly erodes you and turns you into a monster. And then once you run out of energy, you just kind of disperse into the ether. I'm kind of concerned she's probably not going to live through us taking the Stellaron and sealing it off.
Sorry, hardly the time for me to be obsessing over all this. As I mentioned, if we want to progress further north, we're gonna have to cross that hell. Still, look at it this way. Just another arena to showcase our skills, right? Now, if you're ready to get on stage, let's push for that standing ovation.
How close am I to this? The return. So probably once we get back to the Astral Express is when I can work on my, the thing that's current equilibrium level 2.
A little goes a long way.
Okay, that is the last last one of these, and then once we leave once we're out of quests in this area and then respawn, the Warb Trotter should show up, so we can get that next time that we're in here. Is there a way? Nope. Okay. Smack. Smack! Alright, let's go.
As soon as the restricted zone
Gepard
gate is
on Gepard
open,
violence.
the monsters on the other side will turn out in full force. The guards will do their best to stall them and buy you some time. Once you've broken through the front line, there's nothing more we can do for you. You'll have to find out for yourselves what lies within the northern fragmentum. So, have you made up your minds?
We made up our minds before we even got here, so let's go.
Understood. Keep your weapons close. This will be a fierce fight. Guards, open the gate.
They're building up such good tension that I really want to keep playing, but I've already been playing for 4 hours. And I still have some maintenance to do, like the simulate. Oh?
Are you dealing with attacks like this every day?
It's a common occurrence. Guards, formation.
Well, I'm gonna make sure I don't owe the guards any favors when this is done.
Corbellabog? Corbranya? Corbellabog?
Here they come.
Steel yourselves.
Oh, we're actually fighting. Okay.
I've no interest in conflict.
Alright. Let's see. Let's take this one.
A foregone conclusion.
And then this
Here
guy.
is thunder.
And then this one.
This ends here.
Pop, pop, pop. Oh, second round.
A will forged in ice never falters.
Rules are made to be broken. Too late to repent.
I really need to actually like click on the other things before I just hit Q.
This ends here.
G1 for the win.
How many of them are there?
The more the merrier. These guys are nothing.
Time for them.
Hold the line.
Show no mercy.
Too late to repent.
There's no time to lose.
Let's see. The freeze effect is what I'm concerned about. Gepard?
I told you, Gepard, the barrier hasn't been fixed yet. Don't try and be a hero.
This is only the first wave. They'll have reassembled soon. I have to.
We are also here.
Hey, Mr. Silvermane, listen to your sister. I can tell just by looking at you that you haven't fully recovered.
Serval and Sela should stay here and fight with Gepard. We'll take on the Stellaron.
Outsiders. Zila, the second wave hasn't started yet. Make the most of this opportunity and make a break for it.
Huh? Serval, aren't you gonna look for the Stellaron with us?
My brother can't hold them back by himself. He wasted a lot of energy on us. He's my responsibility now. Besides, if I'm not here to help, I don't know what might happen in the next wave. I want to go with you. I do. I always wanted to catch a glimpse of the Stellaron with my own eyes, and now it's so close.
I mean, I'm a Stellaron, if that makes you feel any better.
I can't abandon my brother and the other guards. I'm a Landau. It's up to you now. I believe in you. You've given me new hope. Get hold of the Stellaron before Cocolia realizes what's happening.
We won't disappoint you.
Hey, March. Don't forget to take a picture of the Stellaron for me.
Say no more! We're good at this, don't worry!
I wonder if that's an achievement, like if you take a picture of the Stellaron. Oh?
Fragmentum activity is intensifying. Something's happening on Eurilo 6. Shouldn't we go down there, Himiko?
Have faith in them. Besides, this is his first trailblazing expedition. How will he be able to look back fondly without a few twists and turns?
I am 9 days old. Give me a break.
Are you bored, Welt? I understand. But we have lots of opportunities ahead of us. Let's leave the memories of this expedition for them.
So you think they'll be safe, right?
Yes. We haven't seen any Eon or Emanator level imaginary reactions. Relax.
I'm sure when we're fighting, Cocolia, that's when that will happen. Also, her flower is like clipping through her collar.
This is a young person's adventure. We shouldn't interfere. At most, we could offer a little off-site assistance.
Use that space laser that's your ult to help us.
Is this the Fragmentum Gepard was talking about?
Compared to this, the corrosion we saw in Backwater Pass pales into insignificance.
Oh yeah, it feels like there are loads of eyes staring at us.
Serval said that the Stellaron was very likely hidden in the snow plains north of Belobog. If we want to get there, I'm afraid we'll have to find the exit to this Fragmentum maze first.
This place makes my flesh crawl. Like there are insects under my skin.
Oof. Oh, don't even make me imagine that. Oh, ugh.
We have no guide and no way of detecting the Stellaron. We'll just have to advance gradually and cautiously. Don't be disheartened. The stronger the Fragmentum contamination, the closer we are to the source.
Oh, it's making me twitch thinking about it. Okay, we have hit a space anchor. Oh. Oh, I'm finally getting close to a relic thing. All right, another set of. Oh wow, this is a big one. Corridor of Fading Echoes. I'm finally almost to a place that has the relics. I've been playing for so many hours, and yet finally we're getting to the relic area, or the first relic domain. Okay, so I still need to do my calyxes and to do the simulated universe, but I won't bore you all with that. So thank you for everyone who's gotten through this. A little over 4 hours, and I'm still gonna go, like I said, simulated universe and the calyxes so I can get my daily points. and whatnot. And so next time, since we did already do the box puzzle, we're probably gonna get Mine Part 3, so we will do that. We may even get a companion quest or something. We'll see what other quests pop up, but we'll do anything that's a side mission, except for this one, first. And then we will go back to the main part. But we're getting closer. We're getting much closer to finally completing Urielo 6. I do love that Welt is very concerned about us, so that's delightful. Alright, so thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a lovely day, night, whatever time it is that you are listening in. And goodbye. Like I said, I'll either probably stream either tomorrow or on Sunday. It just depends on my schedule, but thank you. So we'll hit